that our Cash App?
I don't think so. You need to start doing that however you do it.
What, that?
Mhm.
I hate my teeth.
I love them.
No, you don't.
I swear I do. What's your favorite thing about me?
Your ability to... I was thinking about this earlier. Hang on.
Take your shirt off, Daddy. You're not about to actively.
Ah. Good. We need a GoPro. You know, I ain't worried about what we don't have.
No, I was
And
just
then
saying
you're
that,
gonna take what
like
your
you
dad
said, she
said,
just turned.
and you
She
don't
got
want
out
to.
of
So I tell you
she got
something.
open in the back.
Your dad believes what I believe. Stay away. See that as a sign, a message from
Like, what was your
a
motive?
greater power.
Was your motive to get, listen,
You love my dad?
Do you want that?
to get puppy out the way, to get puppy out the way.
Shut off, Daddy.
Yeah, but listen, you broke the script.
I like to be skin to skin.
But I know, so once they got the script done, we don't lose.
Say you sweat.
You feel me?
Do that again.
We call my dad's dad next time we see.
Yeah,
You're like, hey, Dad.
but no, I'm just speaking on why they,
We need to go lay down. Go lay down. We're done.
they originally linked up about him doing
We're done.
the script for BMS.
Hey, thanks, Sinful. If you want to watch me sleep, watch me sleep. I'm going to keep
Good
it
night,
rolling.
buddy.
Of course, they
If you like these, donate to these.
No.
So we can get. We're trying to get my wife fake boobies.
No, we're
So-
trying to. Christmas is coming up. Kids are expensive.
Kids are expensive. Hey, Sinful, I appreciate you, man. One day we're going to be millionaires off this, and I'm going to send money your way, buddy. It's coming one day, promise.
Sweet dreams. Mooney, go lay down. Go lay down. Moo moo.
Hold on.
Lay down.
Lady, call me no hat, man.
Moo moo. Take your butt to your bed.
Alright.
One.
Hey, okay, see,
Moo moo.
that they all used that girl and then made her
Lay down.
do what she did, the way to mess up the evidence, the case. Break it down.
There it is. The skateboard incident. What's that about?
Who?
Hey, good night, Sinful. Appreciate you, buddy.
Good night, buddy.
Crisis, Sherry Brown created almost 500,000 convicted criminals just locked in, including murderers and rapists. Sherry Brown's policies released them all over America. And here's what
Moo-moo.
Sherry Brown says.
Lay
I
down.
hear a lot about
Kind of in
Yeah,
the
well,
room.
so I had kind of, not, I had another bad day. I got a text message from my dad randomly, and he was like, "Hey, I'm in the emergency room again." This is the second time this week. And my dad's like 76, and obviously that's not the kind of shit that I want to hear from him. He claims he's all right, but my dad is, like I've explained before, he's one of those people that does not want me to know the truth. He thinks I'm 10. So like, if you're really little, get you a bicycle.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
So I'm telling you what's going on with you, buddy. I love you. Alright, well, I love you too. So with that fucking bike, man. No, yeah, it's just, it was not, what's going on with him is he's got heart arrhythmia and his heart's been out of rhythm. It's been hard for him to breathe, and he's gotten heart surgery before, and he was supposed to get it in January, but it's becoming, it's getting to a point where he can't manage it. Now, he downplays it. He's like, I'm like, can that kill you? He's like, oh, no. no, your heart's not even that important. I'm like, oh, okay. And I like Google it. I'm like, how serious are heart problems? And there's like a picture of like some dead pigeon. I'm like, what the fuck? Hey, wait a second. This looks pretty serious, Dad. And he just, you know, he cares about me and he doesn't want me to stress, but, you know, I don't know.
Hey,
I don't know
Alex,
if I'll
I'm
be
live
like that with
streaming this
Nico.
so I can piss you off.
Probably.
Nut sucker.
Probably won't tell
You
me
too tatty,
anything.
suck a dick.
Like, yeah, your dad was
Stop it.
solid. Solid. You wanna know what your dad did?
F you.
He
Yeah, I'll shave my
solid
beard when I hit
stuff.
a 1,000.
No,
Hey, there you
that's
go.
okay.
When I hit 1,000 subscribers, I'll
All
shave my
right,
beard.
sorry, I don't know what's up. This is, you know, again, no monologue. Start saying random stuff. So
You can pass my
let's
wife
get
all
into
day
the
long.
story.
She's mine.
This will be on YouTube. Please
Gotcha.
like, comment, subscribe.
Back.
Check out patreon.com/Ryan Leone.
What did they even comment?
The links will be in the pinned comments, and if you like YouTube, you'll like Patreon. It's the same, but there's a lot more content, and there's pictures, and my dick is on there. It is. I'm gonna create a butthole tier for 500 soon. Not yet. I'm working on it. You know, think about how. Seriously, I don't know if you've ever like sent butthole shots to someone, but it's pretty intimidating. I was like, I'm gonna do it for my upper tier. Fuck it. I like went to the end and I looked at my asshole. Have you ever done that? It's like looking at yourself in the mirror when you're on acid or something. You get all guilty. It's weird.
No.
Alright, let's get into the story. Sorry. Oh, alright. Whew. You guys ready? Ready for... Oh, I know the story. This is a good story. I don't know how much detail I went into this before, but yeah, let's get... Okay, so let me explain something really quick about this story before I always do that, but whatever. So, this story, maybe like 2-3 years ago, actually I don't, it was when I got out of Lompoc, right after, so it was 2016.
I don't
2017. My friend Patrick O'Neill is a writer that I'm friends with. He asked me if I could give him a short story for this magazine that he works for called Sensitive Skin Magazine. You can Google the story. It got published in this magazine. And I forget what I called it. I think I called it Ghosts or something. So I basically fictionalized this story. I mean, if you read the story after listening to me tell the story, the details that I put
I'm just
in
kidding.
the
Even the
written
haters,
version
you're cool. I got love for you.
are
God
just
bless you.
slightly different.
Wish you the,
Good
But
night.
wish you
it's
the best.
it's pretty much the exact
You hate
same
when someone
story.
else
So
is
I get
streaming.
confused about, like, I have to really think about what really happened and what didn't.
1 minute we're getting divorced,
I
1
think
minute
in
we're
that
doing this.
particular,
But
on the
here's the
written
thing,
version of
we're
it,
streaming
I
our
talked
life,
about
so-
stealing my mom's credit card
And I still
to
have an $8,000
go out to
Yeah.
Massachusetts. And in real life, that's a separate time. I kind of consolidated 2 different times. Later on in the storyline, I do
And she
steal
has-
my mom's credit
And she
card
has
to
2
go out to
rocks
New
on her
York.
titties.
But this particular
That's what I was
time,
about to say.
that wasn't the case. I don't know. I thought it
No, actually,
would
I
sound
snort
better on the
meth,
written
but
version.
I used to,
so,
but I'm clean
just to
now.
clarify that. So what had happened
Dude, I
when we
bet you
left
I've
off
had more
last
money in my
time
fucking
is
possession than you ever have in your fucking life.
I was on
so.
acid, with Kate. And like I said, I've
Drive
done
a
acid
$60,000 vehicle.
a handful of times in Boston, and I've done it a
Go
bunch
look at
of
my
times.
shorts. Go look at my
For some
videos, faggot.
reason, she hadn't done acid with me out in when we were out in Worcester together. Mushrooms a bunch of times, not acid. We ended up doing acid at that Lemon Tree Inn place that I explained in the last video, where they kept the kid from Alpha Dog hostage, and then we decided to go for a walk. We walked for hours, and by the we were going up into the hills of Santa Barbara because I always like tripping with like a panoramic view of a city, or just anywhere out in nature where you can see like the town below. I like that. I think most people like that. People are like, oh, nature? Whack, bro. Trying to trip in my apartment. And there's not that many people that are, at least the people I know would definitely rather trip outside. a waste of time explaining that. So
Moo,
when it
you're
starts
going to
kicking
get
in
pounds on your
for
butt.
her, she starts crying and she tells me that her dad molested her. Now, obviously, I cared about this woman,
Your
and
butt.
I found out took her daddy. I
Way.
cared about her.
That's
Great.
why Ryan Leone quit streaming.
To hear that she was
The
molested by her dad,
He said that one of the
in my mind, especially because I was on
Which
acid,
made me relapse.
Holy shit.
I legitimately wanted to kill the guy. And I told myself that I was going to. And I'm crazy like that. Like, I'm not tough. Big difference, but I'm not all the way there. Nuh-uh. Yeah. Seriously, I'm a J-Cat. I'll let you guys know that. So I ended up calling him. His name was Jeff. And I tell him I'm gonna kill him. So I was like, hey man, I'm gonna kill you. It was way more heated conversation than that, and he told me that he was a criminal defense attorney and that he represented the mafia and blah 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 blah.
Go away now.
I'll have the mafia kill you.
Go to your bubby.
So what? The mafia? Fuck your
Come on,
mafia.
Bobby.
What's up?
Go away with Roman.
So, you know, Kate was there when I was like explaining to her in detail. I was like, yeah. And I was getting like really graphic. I was like, I'm gonna come on his face. So, take Polaroid, send it to his wife, be like, you wanted it. You wanted to come on his face. Because he said that he thought I looked like a mafia dude. It's kind of shit he's into. No, I was basically telling Kate that I was gonna go out there, I was gonna kill him. And Kate's like, oh my god, Puka Daddy, it sounds so dangerous. Okay. No, she was crying hysterically, you know, and later in our relationship, she would kind of like recant the testimony and say that she made it up. She's like, oh, shut up. Because the guy was on acid, you know, she said that, like later she's like, yeah, I was on acid and I made it up. I was like, so when you take hallucinogens, you just decide to start lying about your dad raping you. Well, me too.
Such a number.
If I take too much, me too. I get it.
You're going to get pounds on your butt.
I think she was just embarrassed about this whole situation because I told her that I was going to kill him and she was still tripping, so she wasn't in a state of mind where she
You
could
want to
like
get to your crate?
tell me not to do it. You know, she was hallucinating, you know, biting her lip. And that night is kind of a blur, but what I do know is that we ended up going back to the hotel. Man, good LSD lasts for 14 hours, 15 hours, 16 hours. We're probably like 4 hours into the trip by the time we got back to the hotel. Maybe like 5 or 6 hours, I don't know, something like that. Still a lot of time left. You know, for us to, for before the acid wore off. Somehow, because remember I had all the money from the savings bonds that I'd stolen. You know, we're like living, like at that time, like money was nothing. It's like our whole hotel
Rudy,
rooms
you're
were like
about to get to your crate.
filled with the most useless shit. They were like stuffed animal dice, like furry dice that were like life-size furry dice. What needs that, you know? And like I just had stacks of this kind of stuff. Because we just, you know, that's what happens when you give an $80,000 to an 18-year-old. Somehow I got a ticket because I didn't have a car at that point. You know, my parents obviously weren't going to give me the Volvo after I, you know, had systematically robbed their house for my college years fund. So we didn't have a car yet. Later we got one, but at that point we didn't. So I remember I'd taken a cab out there, and in my mind I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna go out there with a skateboard, and I'm gonna hit him kid style, from the movie Kids, and that's that. Like in my mind, not even for 1 second did I think about the consequences of killing someone. Like that might be a bad idea, bro. You're not supposed to kill people. But no, I was on acid. I think I was like completely fried out of my mind. So I ended up taking a cab
you too, sir.
out
You
to Santa
appreciate
Barbara
that,
Airport.
brother.
Santa Barbara has this really tiny airport. It has like Spanish tile roofs. It doesn't even look like an airport. I don't even think it is. It's like some cartel members like ranch, and it has like landing pads for commercial air. I don't know. Sorry, just trying to be funny. it really doesn't look like an airport. It's very small. So somehow I like ended up taking a red eye. I got from that motel to the airport, left her. I was like, Eskimo kisses. She's like, I can't go, Daddy.
Oh my gosh.
I'm just gonna eat nachos and steak and wait for you. I was like, all right, I'm flying to Boston to kill your dad. She's like, it's wild. All right. Eskimo kissed me and I was on my way. The only thing that I brought with me was a skateboard. That's it. And that was my whole plan, was to kill him with the skateboard. So I ended up getting on the airplane, which was not the last time that I'd be on an airplane tripping on acid. And let me tell you, if you haven't done that, that's quite an experience. You know, it's like suddenly you become aware of what it is, that you're in some like man-made fucking vessel flying thousands of feet in the air. And I remember taking off and I was just like, oh. You know, and the old lady's like, are you scared of flying? I'm just like looking at her with these like completely saucered out LSD eyes, and she's like, I was like, I took some Dramamine. Sorry if I look weird. She's like, oh no, where are you going? I'm going to New York. My daughter just started working there, and I'm really excited to go look at her new place. What are you gonna do? I'm like, and I've always been one of those kind of people that will tell strangers like exactly what I'm doing. I mean, I watered it down, and I don't remember exactly what I said, but something to the effect of, my girlfriend's dad sexually assaulted her when she was a little girl. I'm gonna go out and get vigilante justice out there. And she's like, are you playing with me? I was like, yeah. Yep. She's like, weird. Okay. She like put on her little cheap headset or whatever, you know, that they give you on a flight. I come up with this shit. No, I mean, I remember sitting next to this lady. I don't remember the exact conversations we had, but I'm sure that I explained to her in some way, shape, or form that I was going out to beat up my girlfriend's dad. Because I'm just weird like that. I'll tell people, I can tell strangers all sorts of crazy shit. Remember, I used to go to rehab and just make shit up to people on the flight. Like, yeah, I'm a pro skater. I'm going to Florida. Gonna be in a contest. Yeah. Just getting sick of being in all these mags, man. You know, the women, it's annoying. I'm just trying to get left alone. You know what I'm talking about, Bobby? Yeah, me too. I remember that flight. I kind of drifted off into one of those introspective things in my mind. And the whole time I'm thinking about how he had hurt her. And I remember like having this really like visceral response to it. You know, I'm like trembling in anger. You know, like I've said, when you really love somebody and somebody hurts them, like it hurts you. You know, severely. Like I could feel that pain. And I knew that she, you know, that it had really hurt her badly. So I'm kind of like stewing in it. I mean, it's a long, I don't know, what is it, 6 or 7 hours or something. And like the whole time, I'm just sitting there thinking about how I'm going to kill him. And then like, you know, occasionally smiling. Like looking at the lady. And she's just like, oh, I can't wait to see my daughter. And I'm like, yeah. We end up, landing. Now, if memory serves me correctly, I want to say that I got a hotel, because I went out there a few times. I want to say that I got a hotel, because I know that by the time I saw him, he was going to work. So, you know, if I had left at like 5 in the morning, or whatever the red eye was, 4 in the morning, whatever time I'd left on that flight, with the time zone difference, I had to have gotten a hotel, because what I do remember about this very specifically is that when it happened, he was on his way to work and I was no longer tripping. And like I said, I'd gone out there multiple times, which you'll hear throughout the course of the story. This is the only time that I had gone, you know, to her parents' place like that without her.
You're gonna get put bounds on your bed. You
Whatever the
better go.
case, and I'm pretty sure that I got a hotel in her small town.
You're being a bad
The day that I went to go do the murder, because I remember there was like this really sharp contrast from being on acid, like murder, just being like, this makes complete sense. I've never seen shit so clearly in my life. I'm gonna buy a lotto ticket because I'm pretty sure I'll win. To second guessing and being like, man, maybe I should just hit him really hard with the skateboard, because I had my skateboard with me, and that was the whole plan, to whack him in the skull with it and try to take him out. But I remember, you know, I had taken a cab to his neighborhood. That's how I was getting around. You know, this is before the days of Uber. So, you know, you'd call a cab and, you know, I had a debit card or whatever, and I'm taking a cab around everywhere. So all I had was my skateboard. I didn't even have any luggage or anything. And I remember getting dropped off in his neighborhood. And that's why I'm almost positive that I got a hotel. It was still dark when I got to his place. And their neighborhood was like the neighborhood you'd see in Home Alone. Quintessential, that was the Midwest, and that was like Illinois, but quintessential New England suburbia. White picket fences, you know, everybody's jolly. This kind of place where like neighbors get together and go like sing Christmas carols and shit. All that. That's what kind of place I was at. And I remember the sun was just coming up. It was freezing. And I was probably just wearing like a hoodie and shorts or something. And I remember walking up to their house, and it was absolutely tranquil. You know, you could hear sporadic bird chirps, but it was, you know, it was occasional. It was very, very, very ominous, just the whole thing. And my confidence just started dwindling the closer I got to his house. You know, it went from, I'm gonna kill this motherfucker, to, man, I'm just gonna hit him and teach him a lesson, to, man, I should just tell him that that's not cool. See if he'll lend me $40. That'd be funny. So I ended up getting to their place. I remember her dad drove, you know, even though he was like some rich attorney, he drove a Volvo station wagon. Might have been Kate's car. Really ugly maroon one with like that like fake fur upholstery. You know the type. I remember seeing that park out front, and that just set my, you know, my adrenaline was just coursing through me. Oh, and I'm gonna ring the doorbell. Show this chummer what's up. Rang the doorbell. I'm like kind of seeing myself in the reflection, parting my hair. And he opens the door. Now, the last time I'd seen him was Thanksgiving, when I was nodding out of my food. And, hey, Joe, with some sort of drug head, you know, whatever he would say, corny shit like that. This guy hated me. You know, I'm corrupting his poor daughter who's bulimic because you molested her. But yeah, it's my fault, bro. I forgot how tall the guy was. He was like 6'5", 6'6", and he just towered over me. And I had my skateboard cocked back. Like I rang the doorbell and I had my skateboard cocked. I was like trying to psych myself up, you know, like trying to like think of hardcore music, but just like corny songs are looping in my head. And he towers over me, and I remember just like looking up with my skateboard, and I go to try to hit him with it. I'm like, you know, and I look really, I'm 5'6", I look like Chucky or something compared to this guy. I'm like, and I go to like try to hit him with the skateboard. He literally just grabs it with one hand. He's like, ooh, just like some giant. I was like, fuck. You know, and I'm still like coming down from tripping on acid, which you're not 100% at that point, you know? I probably like moaned. I was like, you know, all super dramatic. He gets the skateboard and he ends up just hitting me in the face with it. Broke my nose. Bah. I was like, I started screaming. This part's kind of like, you know, murky for me, but I remember that he was on top of me. And he was like, stay away from my daughter, queer. I was like, I wouldn't be fucking your daughter if I was queer. Like, you know, still being all like confrontational with him. And I remember being petrified. And he broke my nose and I could taste the blood. You know, you can taste this like really kind of oceanic sodium. Tastes like you're... Let's try to make it sound super sexy. Oh, Joel, my blood tasted oceanic. You know, said shit like that. Sorry, I'm really sorry. I'll never do that again. And I remember the taste of blood freaking me out because when you get hurt like that, of course there's adrenaline going. And you're dizzy by that. You know, you're emboldened in a lot of ways by that adrenaline. But I've gotten beat up a number of times in my life, and as soon as you realize that you're seriously hurt, you panic. And I remember just being very frightened by him. And he's like this guy with like gray hair and little beady ass chomo glasses. And I remember being really scared. You know, like suddenly I wasn't the killer with the skateboard. I was like a little boy that was like frightened that this grown-up was kicking my ass. He broke my nose. He's like, stay away from my daughter, queer. And he just kept saying that. I was like, queer? What do you mean? What do you mean queer? No, I was crying. You know, I was shaking me. My head was like all like listless, like hitting the driveway. I look around and there's no neighbors out. You would think that this like horrific scene is going down right in front of their house. Nobody came out. And he just gets up, throws the skateboard, you know? And I remember just being on the ground. I just flown by myself from Santa Barbara to Boston. Got beat up by a pedophile. So what? And I cried. When I got up, dusted myself off, and I went to go touch. I remember going to touch my face, and it was just, you know, not only was my nose broken, but there was like, you know, he must have hit me, you know, in that adrenaline, I must have gotten hit because I had welts all over me. I was really badly beat up. And my leg hurt. I remember limping. And I go and I start limping away. I'm like dragging my foot. Probably moaning. Like, spitting occasionally. I ended up getting out of that neighborhood. Now remember, when this had happened, the sun was just coming up. It was still dark. Now it's fully morning. You know, it's like, you know, that morning shade of blue. I'll walk a few blocks away and I get to an elementary school. And there's all these kids playing, you know, it's probably like pre-elementary school daycare. You know, at some schools, you can drop your kids there early or whatever. And all these kids like playing handball and tetherball and, you know, all the screams of little kids playing. And I'm just, my nose is leaking. I have a broken nose. I'm dying. I'm like dragging myself into this school. And I remember a few kids saw me and they just, you know, they were freaking out. I looked like some cannibal zombie or something going into the schoolyard. And a teacher comes up to me and she's like, oh, hey, all right, stop. oh, what the heck's going on here? And I was like, I've been assaulted. I need police help. Al. Okay, but you're hurt? My God, can you sit on the bench? Can you please sit on the bench? I was like, yeah, can you call up? She's like, yes. Sit down. I'm so delirious from like coming off the acid, probably exhaustion because I've been traveling like that, and getting beat up, and all the adrenaline that I just, had expelled right before this. So I'm not even really paying attention. I should have been able to kind of like discern the tone that she had, which was not friendly. A normal fucking human sees somebody that's leaking blood like that and they like want to help you. This lady, like, not only did she look, scared of me, but almost like offended. Like, how dare you bleed on school property? Of course, everybody out there's got a little poo-poo daddy in their personality. So I'm sitting on this bench, and I don't know how much time goes by, but eventually a cop comes. Oh, thank God. And I'm like holding my face. Say, hey, officer, get on the ground. I was like, what? Hey, no. I was assaulted. They're like, get on the ground. I was like, and I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, yeah, these guys, they're probably confused. Probably wrong call or something. So I'm like getting on my knees. There's like two of them. They have guns drawn on me. By this point, the teacher lady had like ushered all the kids inside. And these cops are pointing guns at me. Hands on your head. I was like, it's like, guys, you see that I'm beat up, right? And they just ran up to me and cuffed me. I was like, what the fuck? Hey, what are you doing? They're like, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can. I'm like, huh? I was like, dude, can you not see me? They're like, oh, we see you, pal. We got a report that, you'd done a home invasion up at the, blah, blah, blah's house. You're going to jail, kid, I'm sorry to say. I was like, fuck. Checks out, All right. So the whole time that I'm in the car, I'm trying to explain myself to them. I'm like, guys, hey, I have my hands behind I'm like, hey, guys, misunderstanding here. I was like, I need medical attention, first of all. Secondly, the guy that said that I was trying to do a home invasion is a fucking child molester. They're like, oh, come on, pal, come on. Not Jeff. Why not Jeff? Well, because Jeff's not a child molester. I was like, what the fuck kind of weird thing is that to say? How do you know? Well, I don't know, we do know. They end up taking me to this police station. Again, here I am, arrested on the East Coast. Now, remember, I have a warrant for my arrest for those other charges that I got in Worcester. So I already know that I'm just fucked again. I get, these people actually give me a phone call. Call my dad, collect. Broken nose. And they give no medical attention. They give me like a Kleenex. They're like, here, man, take one Kleenex. I'm like, dude. All right. Give it back. We don't want you making contraband. What the fuck? Contraband out of a napkin? What am I going to do? Make a Kleenex boat and fucking sail out of here? Yeah, they really did make me do that. It's not even just like an added little thing I'm trying to say to be funny. So I called my dad. And I'm like, Dad. He's like, are you in jail again? I was like, yeah. What now? I was like, well, Dad, I'm in Boston. My dad's just screaming, what the fuck, man? Dad? Kid's father's a child molester. Like, I'm like dropping it like it's like some like revelation that like is gonna like just pause him in his track. What'd you say? Yeah, he did the right thing, son. It's not what he said. He's like, I don't give a damn. You know that you have a warrant out there. What are you doing? Are you with your girlfriend? I'm like, no, she's back in Santa Barbara. He's like, what? Why did you go out there? Cops are like listening to me. I'm like, Dad, let's talk about it later. Can you bail me out? No, I'm not gonna bail you out. Get off the phone. Like, I think he hung up on me. I don't remember, but somehow I got off the phone with him. So at this point, they take me into a room to interrogate me, and they tell me that I'm being charged with home evasion. You know, and they have like real, like, thick Boston accents. They say pal, hey pal, you're in a lot of trouble, pal. Now run it from the top, pal. Come on. What kind of shit were you into this morning, pal? And I'm just like, all right, guys, I'm going to be completely honest with you, kind of. I'm going to be completely honest with you. And I go into the whole story, you know, and they're like giving me like cups of coffee. And this is the thing, you know, I'm not like trying to toot my own horn, but I'm good at telling stories. And typically when I get in situations like this, not just with cops, I get caught fucking a girl in a shower to rehab. Anything that I have to like talk my way out of, I turn it into like a story. You know, and I start telling you guys like my whole life story. I'm telling them about like the time that I saw the kid slit his wrist in front of me in Idaho, and these guys are like really into the shit that I'm talking about. Finally, they like take the tough guy facade down, and I'm telling them like, man, I'm like, guys, check it out. This dude's a pedophile. You know what? I said, what would you do? What's your name? It's Gary. Gary. What would you do if the woman, are you married? Yeah, I am. I am married. What would you do if your wife told you that her dad molested her? Well, I'd do the same thing, pal. I'd fucking kill him. I'm like, I'm telling you. Well, but this is the big problem here. You know, Jeff is a highly respected attorney here. You know, he's a member of the country club. He, you know, sits on the board of the Parks and Recreation Committee. Kid, what are you? You're like some skinny junkie kid from the West Coast. Nobody's gonna believe you, and he's trying to press charges. And do you know what home invasion carries out here, pal? You're looking at 30, 40 years in fucking prison. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say you lawyer up, man. Everything cool with me, though. And I'm just like, you know, try to talk my way out of it. I mean, one of the few times in my life that I've actually like been honest to a cop and like legitimately thought that my honesty was gonna help me. This particular situation, I think it did, because I could tell that they liked me, they felt bad for me, they believed me. I was saying it with conviction. You know? I was like, you can tell when somebody's full of shit, when somebody's not. Like, I was so passionate about what I was saying, there's no way I could be lying. And this guy knew that. You know, I wish there was more we could do for you, kid, but there's not. We gotta put you back in the cell. And, you know, the toilet's not working.
Oh, yeah.
If you gotta poop or some shit, you tell us. You tell us and we'll let you shit in the sink, okay? Alright. Sorry. Alright. So they bring me to this holding tank. I'm tripping. I'm like, alright. In my mind, I'm just like kind of playing the tape through a little bit. I'm like, okay. I'm going to trial. I'm not just going to take 30 or 40 years in prison or whatever. There's no way a jury's going to believe me. I have an open case in Santa Barbara. I have a warrant in Worcester. And now here I am with like home invasion is a very serious charge. you know, he had told them, I guess his story was that I had broken into the house, and he caught me in there. We got in a confrontation, he broke my nose out of self-defense. At first, like I said, the cops
No, now you're
took
doing
his
too
side
much.
with prejudice.
Moo.
But after I talked to them for a while,
Lay
like
down.
I said, I think they liked
Lay your
me,
butt
but
down.
there's nothing they could do. So I'm sitting in that cell just thinking about it all. I'm like, God, I'm fucking screwed.
What are
That's
you
it.
doing? That is a lot of
Hours
kind
go
of
by.
Yeah.
I'm just stewing in my own thoughts. You know, something that I would get used to doing
Wait,
throughout the
lay
years.
down.
I mean, how many times have I been in situations like this where I'm in a cell and like facing years of prison time? Way, way, way too many to be considered an okay guy. That's for sure. Well, finally, they come back to me.
Yeah.
They go, hey, Leon? It's Leone. Come here, Leone. Come on. All right.
What fucking thing, guys?
They uncuffed me, right? Yeah, at that jail, it's the same as like being in a hole. Like they have to cuff you when you're like leaving like the holding tank or whatever, and they take me to this like other area and uncuff me, and like the same place that I had made the phone calls, and then they just took my handcuffs off, and I was like, what the fuck? They're like, all right, are you willing to get on an airplane right now and never show your face again in Boston? I was like, what's the catch? There's no catch. We're gonna put you on a plane. You're gonna get the fuck out of here. That's what's gonna happen, pal. No, I didn't dare say, what about my warrant? I was like, yeah. Yeah, all right. Yeah. Let's do that. Now, you got a promise on your mother. You're never gonna come back here. You're not gonna try any weird shit. He's willing to drop the charges. We won't even file them. If we can guarantee him that you're on an airplane and that you're headed back to California. Now, of course, this is what had happened. You know, I told these cops, I told them in the interrogation room, I was like spilling the beans. I'm like, look, he's a chomo, and you know he's mowed once, he's gonna mow again, and he's got to be stopped. And I was like, and I'll tell you something, Garrett. I'm gonna tell you something right now. If I gotta go to trial, I'm exposing that pedophile. I don't give a fuck, man. Hate sex offenders. Oh, me too. Yeah, amen, man. Yeah, me too. Robert, you hate him? Yeah.
Get your ass over here.
For sure I hate him. And what I think happened is I think that they had let him know, like, hey, the kid with acne is telling us stories about how you
You're about to
molested
get
your
to your
daughter.
break.
And
You
he's
either want
talking
to
about
come
how he's
here or
going to
you
go
don't.
public with it. Like, you go to trial,
You're gonna get
you
my
gotta
Come
know,
on.
Jeff. Hey, you gotta know this kid's probably going to talk about this stuff out loud. Because it could look very, very bad for you. Sounded like, funny. And so that's what I think the situation was. So
That
anyway,
is
make a
why
long
down
story
here
short,
because it walked away
it
with me.
was late, but I wanted to get something to
Laid
eat.
in. Good boy. Good boy.
Just ignore it. I'm
They
gonna
end up escorting me out of there. But, you know, I'm like in their police cruiser car, and they end up taking me to the airport. Now, they took me all the way to Boston. We're probably like, I don't know, 45 minutes, an hour north of there. I think north. We're close to Connecticut. We're close to Hartford, Connecticut. And, you know, the whole time I'm cracking jokes with them now, you know. And I
What
don't
happened?
once bring up the fact that I have the warrant. Like I said, what I think is that they never ran me or anything. I think this was just a small town little, you know, police station. Probably like most cops, they didn't want to do paperwork. This guy, Kate's dad, just wanted it to go away. You know, after he
Right
started
now,
seeing
right
that I
now,
was going to call his bluff and I was going to put his ass on
right
blast.
now.
So, you know, we're like, we're joking and,
To
you
your
know, they're
break, come
telling me
on.
like, all
Go.
about their
Right
life
now.
and being a cop.
I'm done playing with
You know,
you. It is bedtime.
about
I'm tired. You've kept me up for 2 hours. Now go.
It's all good.
To your
We
break.
get there, and they're
Go.
like, hey,
Go, go, go.
I fucking like you, kid.
That's a bad
Good luck to you. Like, are you gonna come inside here? Nah, come on, man. I try. I know you're not gonna make us look stupid or nothing like that.
I'm sick of it.
You, good luck to you. Bye, Garrett. Bye, Robert. All right, guys. No, I didn't have my skateboard anymore either. For some reason, they had like, I don't know, I never got it back. I remember losing. I was mad about that. I was like, oh, who cares about dodging the home invasion charge? What about the fact that I lost my skateboard? That's bullshit. Fuck that. So they don't come into the airport. I just go in the airport. I'm like, all right, guys, see you later. Walk into the airport, go into the public bathroom, try to beat off. Because I do that compulsively. Doesn't matter where I am. Probably kill about an hour.
I need to.
And then I go right outside and I hail a taxi. I'm gonna kill this guy. There's no way that I'm not gonna let this dude get away with that. Or that I'm gonna let this dude get away with it. I came all the way out there. There's no way I don't care. This is how dumb I was back then. Huh. He ends up dead? Huh. Oh, that's weird. You got any suspects scared, Robert? Nah, Sus, we got nothing. I don't know. It's a cold case. Let's file it away, you know. I would have been busted for sure. So I ended up taking a cab back to this guy's house. An hour or whatever, however far it was.
Back to his house.
I don't know what time it was, but I want to say it was like early afternoon at this point. You know, maybe early morning. Maybe even been there overnight. It was sometime in the day. It wasn't night yet, I know that. It was either early in the morning or in the afternoon. I can't remember. Pretty sure it was the afternoon though. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. So I get back, I take a cab and I get dropped off at like the end of the street. I don't even have a plan in my mind. I'm just so mad at the whole situation. I don't have a skateboard either. Right? Like I don't have that anymore. I don't know what I was gonna do. You know, I mean, the guy beat me up when I had a weapon. Who knows what he would do to me without a weapon? Or I get butt fucked. Throw that in there. So I end up getting to his house. The car's not in the driveway. And so I'm like, all right, I'm gonna sneak back around, hide in the house, and find like a knife or something. I'm gonna whack this dude. This dude molested my chick.
Went back to
You
the
know?
house.
If you tell you're a psychopath, well, all right, I don't know. That's how I feel about it. People like that should get killed. Don't kill anyone. Didn't blame me, but you know, just my opinion. It's for entertainment purposes only. So I end up breaking into the house from the backyard, and I go in there, and I'm like I said, I'm just gonna hide, wait for him to get to come back. And the way that I broke in, it was like sliding glass doors with like, you know, like a screen. It was like slightly open, and I just broke my hand through and I opened the screen door. And I remember sitting in there and I was looking at a family photo of him, his wife, Kate, and she had a sister. And I remember just inside of his house. Now, I'd already broken into this guy's house. Like, I'd already fucked up bad. But I don't know what hit me. Something changed when I looked at a picture of them. And I was like, I don't know. You know, I don't know if I could go through with it. You know, once I was in their house, once I was looking at the picture of the family, I started getting hit with like all of these different thoughts about it. Would I get caught? You know, what would it do to the family, even though the dad's a pedophile? You know, taking somebody's life like that's a big deal. And probably like the LSD was drifting further out of my consciousness at this point. So I was getting a little more lucid, and so I just backed out. After taking a cab all the way over there, you're breaking into the house, I just decided not to do it. And I was like, what am I doing? God. man, I need to start getting some better ass. Like, this shit's just out of control. But what I did do is I took a family photo of them. Family photo I was looking at. I took it and I left. Walked right out of the house with this, picture frame family photo. And I ended up walking into the main town. I didn't take a cab. I walked. And I went to one of those photocopy places, kind of like Kinko's or FedEx, but it was like a smaller, like mom and papa shop version of that. And I went and you could scan photographs. Like most places like that. This isn't like 2003. But you could still do stuff like that. Like you could take a photo to one of these Xerox copy places and you could get flyers made. So I like told the lady working there, I was like, yeah, all right, I want to get 1,000 flyers made. I think is what I got, something like that, 500, 1,000. And what I did is I took his picture and I blew it up. And then I got on the computer there and I made a flyer that said, local child molester. I put his name, I put his street address, and I put his phone number. Maybe his email. I don't think I had his email. I think just his phone address and name. And it was just him. It's a big ass picture of him, and it said, child molester in your area. I ended up, I think I got 1,000. Sounds about right. And I bought a staple gun. And I left there. I paid for it and I left. And I ended up going and stapling that to every tree that I could, every bulletin board, every telephone pole. Just completely flooded this town with these flyers of this guy. I felt like I had to do something. I couldn't just let this dude get away with that. So, after I'd done that, and I'm talking about, like, I put every single flyer up. I'm, like, doing it at the grocery store. People are looking at me.
Career politicians gerrymandered our state and then they lied about issue 1. So why would I listen to them? I stick with the people I trust. We're all voting yes on 1 because it empowers citizens like us to draw maps in a fair process. Vote yes on 1.
Every morning in hard-working America, Hardee's biscuit makers rise to bake off.
They're like looking at me, putting up this like thing that says child molester. I was like, what? He is. Yeah. And he lives around you too. Here, you want one? And give them like I was like, oh look. I got a travel size flyer too. Use this for the vehicle. We'll see you later. And after I completely flooded this place and put up all of these flyers, I finally felt like I did something. Like I felt like my job there was complete. So I ended up taking a cab back to Boston, got a ticket, and I went home. And at that point, Kate was still in that hotel, the Lemon Tree Inn. I ended up getting back. I remember taking a cab, and of course, the whole time I think he was cheating on me, And I ended up getting to the motel or the hotel. I knocked on the door, and she's like, "Hey, baby." I was like, "It's Poo Poo Daddy." I was like, "Oh my God, Poo Poo Daddy." And she opened her and said, "Hey, Poo Poo Daddy, I miss you so much." And I was like, and she's like, "Did you kill my dad?" I was like, "No." She's like, "I didn't care. I just love you so much. I don't care if you killed him or not. I just want to be with you forever. I love you so much, Poo Poo Daddy." And, we probably had sex, remember. Later that night, I remember we were at the hotel. It's the middle of the night, too. It's like 1 in the morning when this happens. Her cell phone rings. It's her dad. And she's like, "Hello." And she's like, "It's my dad. I think he's mad." "Yeah, Daddy." "Mm-hmm. He wants to talk to you." I was like, "All right. Give me the phone." He gets on there, he's like, "I think you're funny, don't you? Huh? I got your little flyer. I know that you're in my house. I could smell a rat. I thought he was like in Donnie Brasco or something. It's the weirdest shit. I was like, oh, he talks like that. So he goes, listen to me. And you listen to me real good. I'm gonna have my mafia friends come and they're gonna find you in any corner, in any gutter that you're crawling in, and they will kill you. And it will be glorious. I was like, I gotta go. And I hung up, you know, and didn't take it seriously, you know. I just thought it was some corny, you know, rich guy in Massachusetts just, you know, giving me empty threats because of what I did. I mean, what I did was a big deal. Think about if someone did that to you. You know, if it's not true, that's one thing. I'd still be furious if somebody did that. But think about if it's true, which this was. Like, he really did that. And, like, now the entire town, it's the kind of thing that no matter what you say, people are, there's always going to be people that are going to be like, yeah, that guy's a chomo. You know? I fucked his reputation up for life. But again, I thought it was an empty threat. And you'll find out what he did for retaliation in the next installment of the Boston series. And yeah, that was difficult for me to do. I have a lot going on in my mind. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Please like, comment, subscribe. Check out patreon.com/Ryan Leone. Alright guys, well, here we are. It's like 4 in the morning right now. I've had a wild ass night tonight. You know, I honestly think it deserves its own Patreon monologue. One reason that I want to not spend too much time doing an introduction here is because I promised that I would get the finale for New Mexico to you guys, and I'd like to follow through with that. But it's been a really interesting night. I got some of this night on video. So I'm up in Santa Barbara. We pretty much had to rush up here because this whole thing with Karina's insurance, she was supposed to do her doctor's appointment to get the sonogram for her new kid. She's not seen a doctor yet, and she's probably like 11 weeks pregnant right now. It's not good. The insurance got switched. We used to live up here. The address changed, and we had an appointment down there, but since that insurance got canceled, now we had to come up here, and we had to get up here like get up here in 13 hours. We're not gonna see you. Fuck your baby. We're like, oh my god, all right. I like threw all of our stuff. So we came up here, and then, you know, I wanted to do a bit like couldn't do a video in the hotel room. You know, the reason we get a hotel when we're in Santa Barbara now is because of COVID. My parents are in their late 70s. They won't let us stay there. So we just get hotels when we come up here. I went out to the car to do a video, and I don't know why, but my particular car, if you charge your phone, well, the car has to be on, first of all, for you to charge the car. But for some reason, my headlights go on if the car's on. Like, there's no way to turn the headlights off. If the car's on, that's it. It's a 2017 BMW. It's a little 3 Series BMW, and I can't record a video without the lights being on. So I was like sitting in the parking lot, vaping. There's like all this fog and shit in my car. And the security guy came up to me and was like, hey man, can you roll the window down? What are you doing here? I was like, smoking meth. What are you doing? Just doing patrols. Just write down in your logbook that I'm smoking crystal meth. Finger my ass too, so what? Guy had no sense of humor. He's like, I'm gonna have to ask you to get off the property. I was like, whoa, I have a room key. Not so fast, hotshot. So anyway, so then I had to leave. And I had to like drive around to try to find another location. It's a lot harder than it sounds to find a place where you're allowed to just park your car and record a video. Everywhere I've gone tonight, I've run into some bullshit problem. I went to 7-Eleven and bought a Monster. The guy charged me $8 for one Monster. Then I like Drove all the way back to try to find another place, and I was like, what the fuck? I looked at, like, you know, I got a little push notification. It's like, you spent $8 at 7-Eleven. It's not the money, it's the principle. I'm not gonna let that guy charge me $8 for a monster, so then I had to go back. Anyway, it doesn't matter. What really was weird is that I got here, I'm at like some grocery store parking lot. I'm just sitting here, like getting ready to record, and I just hear, and I had like prison PTSD. Started sucking on my middle finger. I was like, I'll do anything, just don't punch me again. I was like, oh. I was like, back to reality. And I look, and I was recording it. I have this. I'll post this video on Patreon. There's like this 16-year-old kid wearing a trench coat of all things. He's driving like a Honda CRX, something like that, and he's doing donuts. It's like 4 in the morning. Well, at that point, it was like 3:30 in the morning. And he's doing donuts. He's probably going like 80 miles an hour in this parking lot wearing a trench coat. You know, it's the donuts is whatever, but trench coats, I don't even think I've ever owned a trench coat. It's like shit that mass shooters and Inspector Gadget wears, and I think that's it. I don't know where you would get a trench coat. They have like trench coat stores, like floral pattern trench coat. Yeah. Jeez, and now I'm all paranoid. Like this kid's gonna shoot me or something. Prison made me that weird where like loud noises really freak me out. And also people that look like that in trench coats is what I'm saying. Anyway, I'm kind of just weirded out by that. I'm sure there's gonna be people in the comments that are like, I smoked pot in college. I think Ryan's on uppers right now. I read about him in Newsweek. I'm really worried about him. No acne on the forehead. No drugs. It's as simple as that. This is going to be on YouTube. Like, comment, subscribe. Check out patreon.com/Ryan Leone in the pinned comments. Dude, if this guy comes back, I don't give a fuck. I'm just going to keep it, because that's how hardcore I am. That's how committed I am. I'll just keep recording. You're gonna have to shoot me to get me to stop telling the story, and I don't give a fuck. And to New Mexico, I swear he's coming back though. I may talk a tough game, but I'm scared of this little mass murderer fuck. Alright. Whatever. Okay. Alright, so where we left off last? Let's get into the story now. Where we left off last? I haven't done a car video for a long time. I feel weird. Like, what if a cop rolls up? Hold on, man. Finishing New Mexico. Get maced or something. They'll recognize me. They'll go, oh, it's the pimp. Hate being in Santa Barbara. People like recognize me here all the time. I just don't like it here at all. Like, hey, hot tan guy. Pellagra. Yeah. So, anyway, where we left off last time, you gotta really understand like how screwed I was at that point. I mean, not to recap too much, but where we left off last time, I was basically running around Connecticut trying to help JP. Not even realizing how badly I'd screwed him over at that point, but just trying to help him out. Probably, you know, I wasn't that good of a guy back then. Like, I wasn't that solid where I was like, yeah, I'm gonna help my homie. It was more that I probably needed him, and it was like to the point in our relationship where it was definitely like a one-way street, you know. I didn't offer him anything. He was always helping me, and I was always complicating his life. So I think I felt some sort of obligation, you know, just so that I continue to have him as a resource. And I'd met up with Luke. His dad kicked me out of his house, and I basically ended up doing the courier stuff with Bruno and his girlfriend Shelly. And then his girlfriend, when Bruno had left, and his girlfriend told me that he was a cop. Now, somebody on Patreon had asked, what does that mean? Was he a confidential informant? Was he an undercover cop? Honestly, I don't know. But if I had to guess, I think he really was. I don't know. I'm not sure. She said cop. You know, typically if somebody's a confidential informant, somebody will say that. Like, he's a CI, he's an informant. She said he was a cop. So of course I got out of there. And my whole plan was that I was going to call Kate's dad because he had offered me basically 15 grand just for me to go back to my little rat's nest in California. You know, don't ever come back here. Here's money. Stay out of my daughter's life. Now, I didn't know if he was really going to honor that or not, but as I explained in the last video, when you're a dope fiend, you run off of junky optimism like that. You're just like, of course that sounds legit. Guy that broke my nose with a fucking skateboard is gonna give me 15 grand just so I won't come back. Of course that'll happen. You really do think that stuff like that can happen. And then the worst thing that could have possibly happened, and I left those 3 coins in Bruno's hotel. Now, all 3 of those coins were worth $1,500 a piece. So not only did I find it imperative that I had to get those coins back, and if I didn't, it's like I had already screwed JP over, now I screwed him over like 10 times harder. I realized that I didn't have the coins. I realized that after I realized that I didn't have Kate's dad's business card. And it's not as simple as it sounds to like look up his number. I'm positive that I looked it up in the yellow pages or the white pages and I couldn't find it. And the business card was the reason that I wanted to go back there in the first place, then I realized I didn't have the coins. So this old lady ended up picking me up. I puked in her car. She gave me 40 bucks. I end up getting back to Bruno's motel. And that's where we had left off last time. And I had waited like in this little kind of vending machine area. It had this, I don't really know how to describe it, but there was like this L-shaped corridor. There was this emergency exit. Should have opened, but it didn't, so I kind of was stuck there. And I saw him leave. That was the whole plan, you know, because remember, the cab had picked me up. I went and got the little card so I could get back into the hotel room. I saw him leave. And I took that as my cue to go in there, look for my coins, and get out of it. Get Kate's dad's number while I'm at it. I go in there, and it's dark. Blinds were shut. And I turn on the light.
Just how liberal is Sherrod Brown? He doesn't just support allowing sex change surgeries for kids. Brown voted to allow late-term partial birth abortions where the baby is partially delivered alive. Sherrod Brown is way too liberal.
At United Rentals, we're helping connect the worksite, like this and this. Our worksite performance solutions connect people, equipment, and data for a more connected worksite. United Rentals. Work united.
And Bruno's sitting at the table, the same table where I've been snorting coke with Shelly and him. When he's looking at me. Now, of course, you gotta remember also, I'm completely dope sick at this point. I had money, but I didn't know where to get dope. So it was kind of like, I don't know, that didn't trump this in this particular instance. In any other situation, if that had happened anywhere in LA, of course I would have gone and gotten dope. But I just wanted to get the coins and get the fuck out of there. It seemed like it was going to be a simple thing. So he's looking at me. Like, what are you doing here, Leone? I didn't know what to say, and I'm just kind of staring back at him. He's like, did you leave something in my room? Huh? Did you come back because you missed the black bitch? The fucking baboon? Sit on the bed. At that point, my nose is running. Like, I'm sick as fuck. And I'm scared. This is the interesting thing about being dope sick and being scared. It kind of counterbalances. You know, it's like when adrenaline starts pumping, you kind of forget about being sick, but not enough to be like on an adrenaline high. It's kind of just, you're like kind of normal, kind of like stunned and shut down. I go sit on the bed. He's like, dude, I gotta tell you something. Shelly's a cop. I'm like, huh? He's like, yeah. He's like, and I found coins. I think that you and Shelly were trying to run off together, get away from me. I'm trying to respond to him because I don't really know what to say. It was the kind of thing where like I had to think quickly. And all I remember is like a sharp feeling in the back of my head. Now this is the first time that I've been hit in the back of my head hard, but I got hit hard. That's all I remember. I wake up, no idea how much time has passed me. Somebody hit me in the back. I have no idea who, in the back of the head. And at this particular place, they don't really have this nowadays, and this wasn't that long ago. I don't know, this was probably 2005. But I remember back in that time, 16, 17 years ago, motels seem to have carpets more often. Nowadays you go to a motel, it's almost always hardwood floors, unless you go to like some old school ass shitty motel. Just think about all the nasty stuff that gets stuck in the carpet. But this place had kind of like I don't know what kind of carpets they were, but like I guess shaggy is the way to describe it. And I remember coming to, and there was blood everywhere. I didn't realize that it was my blood. I didn't really remember what had happened to me. But when I came to, I remember being really horrified because there was blood everywhere. Dried blood. And I felt horrible. I mean, serious time must have passed because I was like deep into withdrawal at this point. Head is throbbing. Just like, fuck. Looking around the room, there's nothing in the room. No sign of Bruno, no sign of Shelly, no sign of cocaine, nothing. No sign of no clothes. I've been deserted. And I remember like one of my eyes seemed to kind of like, it almost felt like it was sealed shut. I had a hard time getting up. The side hurt. And I pulled myself up on the bed and I went and I looked in the mirror, like, the vanity where the bathroom was. I've been beat up pretty bad in my life. But this was definitely one of the worst times I've ever gotten beat up. I didn't just get hit once. My entire face had big knots all over it. This particular eye was almost completely swollen shut. I was wearing some sort of like Abercrombie and Fitch like V-neck with like these little buttons right here, like a V-neck with buttons. Splatter all over it. I got my ass beat. I couldn't remember anything. I mean, I remember that I was talking to Bruno and that somebody had gotten me. And that would not be the first time in my life that somebody had like snuck up on me from the back like that. But I remember that moment. I knew how fucked I was because I knew that he got off with it. I knew I was never going to see that guy again. I try to think, but like the room was kind of spinning on me just because my head was throbbing so bad. And so I started thinking about what I was going to do. I was super sick. I remember going into the bathroom and throwing up a little bit, and blood was coming out. I mean, I got beat up. I think I was crying because I was like I was kind of like sad when I get beat up. I'm like, oh, I can't believe someone would do that to me. It's really mean. But I started thinking, I was like, all right, I'm going to call the front desk, and I'm going to extend the room. I'm just going to stay here, make this my home base. Put it on his credit card. So I went and back then, you don't see this a lot of motels anymore either, but back then you could like pick up the phone and call 0 and it would go to the front desk. So a hotel right now and they don't even have a phone in there. So I called the front desk and I was like, I remember like my voice was super weak and I was like, hey, can I extend the room for one more night? They said they said Bruno's last name, I forget what it was. It was something like really Italian, like Gariosi or some shit. I don't remember what it was. Let's just say it was that. Mr. Gariosi, can you please come to the front desk so you can show us a copy of the credit card, or so you can show us the credit card. I guess you needed to like put the credit card down again if you were going to renew it. I thought they would just have it on file. So I knew that I was fucked. I was just like, yeah, I'll be there. Hang the phone up. I knew that I pretty much didn't have a lot of time in that room. Now, I picked up the phone, and I looked in my pocket. I had a piece of paper with the phone numbers written on it, and I still had Ashley's number, which is JP's girlfriend. I had the girl from Santa Fe's number. And then I looked in my other pocket, and I was like feeling around. No money. Motherfucker took $40 that this lady gave me. So I was just stranded in this room without anything. And I tried to call Ashley, JP's girlfriend. Won't let me make long distance calls from the room. I'm like, fuck. Now, when I was like 11, 12, 13 years old, I got really into computer hacking. I got really into to phone freaking, which probably a lot of you don't know what that is because you're not a fucking dork. Why would you know what fucking phone freaking is? Basically, it's hacking phones so that you can get free phone calls and you can do other things with the telephone service. Like we used to make these little blue boxes with frequencies so that we could trick the operator on a payphone into giving us free calls. They think that we put 25 cents into the slot. We thought we were like, we're like, dude, we're pretty much making power moves. If we do this every day, we save like $9 a month, bro. Pretty much. Super happy that it took me 3 weeks to learn how to do this. But in this particular instance, it came in handy. One thing that I remember reading about when I was a kid was if you're ever in a situation where you were in a hotel and you needed to make a phone call out, you could call the front desk and have them connect you to the third party to a long distance number. They won't charge it to your credit card. I have no idea if that still works now, but it worked then. Called the front desk, I was like, hey, I'm just getting ready to check out. Just pretending like I was Bruno. And I was like, you think you can connect me to my girlfriend? She's out in California. Yeah, what's the number? I ended up giving the phone number to her. Get a hold of Ashley. Ashley tells me that JP, she's like, where are you? She's like, Luke's in jail. I was like, yeah, I know. She's like, well, listen, she's like, I got good news. JP's getting out. But Luke got busted. I'm like, what did he get busted for? You know, because, of course, I'm assuming that Bruno and Shelly had something to do with him getting arrested as well. But he actually got arrested for fraud. nothing to do with them, nothing to do with weed, nothing to do with anything. And this was actually a great thing that had happened to me because now I could just blame the 3 coins that I had gotten stolen from me from Bruno on Luke. Now, I didn't just outright and say that at the time, but she was telling me that JP had gotten one of the warrants lifted. I guess he had gotten extradited, got extradited back to California. So that's where he had like a controlling case. He was about to get out. He was getting out in like 3 days. Or he was going to be eligible for bail in 3 days. She thought he was getting out. She didn't know that for sure. But it looked like he was getting out in like 3 days. So I tell her my situation, and I tell her that I just got jumped out in Connecticut trying to do, you know, the courier stuff for Luke. I was like, I'm trying to get back to it. I explained to her what happened, but I kind of leave out the fact that I got my dick sucked by a 200. Woman. I didn't say black woman. That would sound racist. And I'm not. Even though that's what you want to say. So I asked Ashley, I was like, hey, do you think you can help me get back to California? You know, I was like, I'm stranded here. She's like, how am I going to do that? And I was like, I don't know, you don't have a credit card or anything. She's like, huh? She couldn't do it. That was a complete waste of time, but at least I knew that JP was probably going to be getting out of jail in a few days. And I also knew that Luke had gotten arrested for a completely different thing. So I was like, all right, there's hope, there's light at the end of the tunnel. The next call that I make, do the same thing, call the operator, have her connect me to the girl in Santa Fe. Now, remember, this whole time, I've been leading this girl on to thinking that I'm like a pro surfer. This girl was like a fucking off the scale hot. Like a 17. And ridiculous. She wasn't even a person anymore. She was just like a symbol. Like a snake with tits. I was like, that's hot. I was like, yeah, no. Let's surf. So I ended up calling her and she's like, hey. I was like, hey. She's like, where are you? And I was like, and I'm like trying as hard as I can to present myself as like the cool surfer guy. Because that's what I've been, yeah. You know, I'm out here at another demo. Fuck. Really hot exotic women trying to suck me off left and right. I'm getting sick of it. I'm just trying to start a family. All I want to do is come home and cuddle with someone. Are you interested in anything like that? She's like, my God, yeah. My parents are gone for like 13 more days. You can come here and I'll be the only one to suck you off. I was like, now I don't know if she remembered what I looked like, but at that time in my life, I was pretty far from even okay looking. I was gross. I mean, I looked like, I don't know what I looked like, but I didn't look like a hot tan surfer, that's for sure. I looked like a fucking hype. I looked like a junkie with acne. But somehow this girl like bought, she's like, when you get here, we're gonna rock, right? I was like, I'm bored to rock. And it was really hard for me to like put on that facade as dope sick as I was. So I was like, hey, there's one thing. I got mugged in Jamaica. And I don't have any way to get home. She's like, oh my God. I'm like, yeah. I'm in Connecticut right now. I took a boat. I had to stab some pot smugglers with a machete. Surf my way away from it. She's like, it sounds amazing. I was like, yeah, I'm alright. Do you think you can get me a ticket? So I was like trying to, I don't know what I said, honestly, that was just a joke, but I gave her some bullshit story where like I needed her to get me a ticket, and she's like, well, I can use my parents' credit card. If you promise me to carry on. I was like, come on, babe, of course. She's like, okay. So she ends up getting me a ticket. That was my way out of there. perfect. All I have to do is make it to the airport. It was in the same place as the jail, Hartford. And I think I was 40 minutes from there, something like that. Maybe an hour. I don't remember how long. I think it was like 40 minutes or whatever the case. It wasn't that fucking far. I was like, all right, cool. So she ended up getting me a ticket. I think it was around like 3 in the afternoon, and she couldn't get me, or she could only get me a red eye. And I had to be at the airport by like 4 in the morning, something like that. Not a red eye, but it was like one of the first flights that so I had like all day to get there. Oh shit. Oh shit. Here's the cover. Here's the trench coat. Oh my god. Oh my god, that was him. What's he doing? Holy shit. No, I don't know if that was him. Oh. Creepy, man. Just watching the Richard Ramirez thing. Ugh. People like that out there. Alright, so anyway. So, I had like all day to get to this airport. I was deathly dope sick. And I was like, alright. In my delusional mind, I'm like, alright, I'm gonna get dope. And then somehow maybe I'll stinge or I'll hitchhike. Like I had hit this like wave of good luck, so I was pretty sure that I could make it. I mean, I remember I had like hours, like 6-7 hours to get there. And I'm like looking through the hotel room, I'm like, you know, did I leave anything, coat, money? I'm like looking through the mattresses, don't find anything. And I'm just about to leave. I'm like, all right, first priority is to get heroin, for sure. Second priority is to get to the airport. And I'm just about to walk out the room and it hits me. I'm like, wait a second. I don't have a fucking ID. No, believe it or not, it's not the first time this has happened to me, where I've had a flight and I've lost my ID. I'm one of those people who loses shit all the time. I don't know why. I've lived a completely normal lifestyle. Weird. No chaos. It's amazing that I lose my wallet all the time. So, in this situation, I don't remember the last time I was in that situation before that. And this may have been the first time. I've done it a bunch of times since then that I can remember, but I don't know if that had happened to me at that point. But when you get in a situation like that, one of the only ways that I know of that you can do it is that you have to go to a police station and you have to file a report to say that you lost your ID. They'll give you a printout, and then you can bring that printout to the airport, and with that printout, they have to honor it because it's from the police. Now, I'm super dope sick off heroin. On top of that, my entire, like, it legitimately looks like I'd gotten jumped by like 5 or 6 people. I don't know what had happened, dude. I'm freaked out. I'm like, hold on, I can like change my vantage point here. I don't know about this fucking trench coat. Fuck, yeah. I like be turned around. I'm gonna sneak up on me and like slip my fucking wrist or something. The car makes like a slot machine on it. It's like this other place I went to do a video. It was like at this park, and there were like these bums fucking in there. I don't know. Their windows were all fogged over. It looked like the scene in Titanic that I used to beat off to, and that was on VHS back in the day. Like, what's this fucking car doing? It's just some random person. Oh my god. It's like the end of the road. This is like people that have freshly been evicted in Santa Barbara, like being more in the dark. Hold on, sorry for this brief intermission. See, this is like the lengths that I'm going to try to bring you entertainment. Oh, now there's no light. This is Fucking stupid. Just some weirdo in the car. Jesus Christ. Look what happens at 4 in the morning. It's just like tweakers and bums butt fucking. Exact same place. Sorry for that monumental waste of time right there. Alright, so anyway. God. We're like.
A shocking new government report about the border crisis that Sherrod Brown created. Almost 500,000 convicted criminals just walked in, including murderers and rapists. Sherrod Brown's policies release them all over America. And here's what Sherrod Brown says.
I don't hear a lot about immigration from voters.
That's because Sherrod Brown doesn't listen to voters anymore. He's way too liberal for Ohio. American Crossroads is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Honey, the gates are pumping.
Dad, is Mommy a finance bro?
She switched careers to make money for your weddings.
Ooh, the Asian market is blowing up. Hey, who wants shots, huh? Shots of milk.
The right money moves aren't as aggressive as you think.
I was born in Boston, Massachusetts, and when I was 3, I moved to Santa Barbara, California, and I'm the only child. My father owned a healthcare consulting firm, and I had a relatively normal childhood. My parents found out that I had ADD when I was 5. It's pretty debilitating. Like, I learned how to read and write a lot longer than my peers. It took me a lot longer to learn how to read and write than my peers, and my parents put me on Ritalin when I was 5 and Adderall shortly thereafter. So I was on amphetamine salts when I was in 1st and 2nd grade. By the time I got into high school, I started experimenting with illicit narcotics, you know, PG-13 drugs, marijuana, ecstasy, LSD. I got expelled from 3 high schools within the span of a month, and I spent most of my teenage years in programs for troubled adolescents. They sent me to wilderness programs, they sent me to residential treatment centers in Utah, and I had some writing published when I was a teenager, so I got into a program outside of Boston for writing. It was a writing internship program. Right away when I got out there, they would give you an $80 stipend, which was like an allowance. And I started going into the ghettos to buy heroin. I was snorting it back then, and I learned very quickly the place where I could go squirt on the street. One day I went out there, and the normal people that were selling it weren't around. There's a black guy out there that I'd never seen before. And I went up to him and asked him if he knew where I could get heroin. He had me follow him into an abandoned building. There were plywood for the windows. And when we got in there, we got to a stairwell. He asked me how much I wanted. I wanted $80 worth. His eyes were red. It looked like he was hopped up on something like crack or PCP. And he pulled out a gun, and he accused me of being a cop. He was shaking the gun at me. It was the first time a gun had ever been pointed at me. I told him I wasn't a cop, that I was basically a college student, and that I just snorted heroin. And he told me he wanted me to shoot up in front of him to prove that I wasn't a cop. I'd never shot up in my life. I had a phobia of needles at that point. And he pulled a worn and aged syringe out of his sock. And he forced me to shoot up at gunpoint. Now, I didn't know how to do it, so he just told me to put my arm out. I looked away, and he shot me up for the first time. That was a very definitive moment for me. You know, that was a big milestone in my life as far as, if I look back in retrospect, if I could pinpoint one moment that things started to go downhill very, very quickly, it was right when the needle was introduced. For a while, I didn't even know how to shoot up. There was no YouTube back then. You couldn't just Google how to do it. I would just stick the needle in my arm. I wouldn't even find a vein, so I had these lumps. Eventually, I learned how to do it, and I became an IV heroin addict. I got expelled from that program, and I came back to California. Abortions with different girlfriends, in and out of jail, was homeless for a while, and I got a job brokering media for Spike TV. If you remember those shows, Wildest Moments Caught on Tape, what I would do is I would find crazy footage of like car chases or armed robberies. I would buy them non-exclusively and sell them to Spike TV. And I became an associate producer, but what happened is my drug habit started going up to a gargantuan level. No drug dealers in Santa Barbara, where I was living, could even keep up with me anymore. So I had to come down to LA to buy heroin, just to sustain my habit. And I started selling drugs on a pretty major level. I was selling kilos every week. I was selling kilos of MDMA, cocaine, and eventually heroin, because the dealers that I had in Santa Barbara couldn't even keep up with me. So it got to a point where I was making about $10,000 a week from selling heroin. I would come down to East LA, and the woman that I was getting it from ended up getting caught by the feds. I didn't know that. Unbeknownst to me, she'd caught in a federal case. She'd got caught with a kilo, and in popular culture, you see the junkie get caught and tell on the dealer. On a federal indictment, they usually have a target at the very top. So they do these big RICO or conspiracy cases. I got caught up in a conspiracy case, and she had told on about 40 people. So I had 65 co-defendants on the first indictment, I think 105 on the superseding indictment. And I came down to East LA to get my normal batch of heroin. I was getting 1 pound to 2 pounds every week. And when I met up with my connection, the Hispanic lady, she looked at me and she said, "You're gonna be okay, mijo." And there was a tear coming out of her eye. I knew right there and then that she set me up. Grabbed the bag, went back into the car to the girl that had brought me down there, and she was sick. She was going through heroin withdrawal at the time, and she was crying. She told me that I had to get her well. I knew that we were busted, you know, and I was trying to hurry her up, but she insisted that I shoot her up or she wasn't going to continue to drive the car. So I was giving her a shot, and she said, "Cops." And we looked, and we were completely surrounded. There was probably 40 or 50 cops surrounding the car. They had guns out. One of them kept yelling, "We're dead, we're dead." And we didn't know what that meant. DEAD was an acronym for Drug Enforcement Agency Detective. But they kept yelling, "We're dead, we're dead." I'd never seen that in movies or in TV shows. I had no idea why they kept yelling it. Later I found out that that was the acronym for Drug Enforcement Agency Detective. And when I got out of the car, I had a needle in my hand. You know, they're like, "Drop the needle." Got down on the ground, and they arrested me. That was the second time that I got caught with weight in East LA within a 48-hour period. The first time they let me go, second time they let me go again, I had no idea why. I'd never dealt with federal authorities before. I didn't cooperate with them. I thought that it was probably a search and seizure issue. I just never heard of somebody getting arrested with drugs and being let go. I thought it was going to go away. Plus, I was making so much money at the time, I had this delusion that I was above the law. You know, I had $250,000 cash in my safe. I thought that if it ever came to a point where I was going to court, that I had enough money to pay my way out of it. About 4 months later, I get a phone call from a blocked number. And it says that it was a guy from the DEA, and he said, "This is so-and-so from the Drug Enforcement Agency. You've been indicted. You have two charges against you. You're facing 10 to life. You can turn yourself in, or we're going to come knock your door down." So I went and I got an attorney. This guy named Bob Sanger is one of Michael Jackson's attorney. Spent a lot of money retaining him, and he asked me what I want. He said, "You know, you're dealing with federal mandatory minimums. The best you're going to do is 5 years, 5 to 40 or 10 to life. I'm going to try to get you down to the 5 to 40 bracket." My girlfriend was in the car with me the first time that I had gotten arrested, so I said, "I'll turn myself in and you can make a deal with the feds, but make sure that she doesn't get indicted by them." So he made a deal with the DEA that I was to self-surrender down in downtown LA, right here, and they weren't going to charge my girlfriend. So I came down here thinking that if I turned myself in, they were going to do my fingerprints and I was going to get out that day, maybe the next day. I didn't see the light of day for 5 years. And what they did is the feds kept their word by not charging my girlfriend federally, but they gave the case over to the state. So the same drugs that we got caught with, they gave to the Los Angeles Sheriff Department, and they charged her with it. So now she was a fugitive on the run, and I called her cell phone, her brother picked up, and she had overdosed and died. Found out that she died because she was scared as a fugitive on the run, because the feds essentially tricked us into me turning myself in, saying that she'd have immunity, which they never charged her federally, but they gave the case over to the state. Prison, you know, obviously I was scared, you know, everything that I'd ever heard about prison, you know, violence, rape, riots, these were things that were deeply embedded into my psyche. And I remember being petrified to go to prison. I had no idea what was going to happen to me. I saw people stabbed in there. The most violent thing that I ever saw is I saw somebody pour burning hot baby oil on somebody's eye, and their eyeball came out. You know, they had put in the microwave a thing of baby oil in a plastic cup until it got boiling hot. The guy was sitting down playing cards. The guy tapped him on the shoulder and poured this thing of boiling hot baby oil on his face, and his eyeball came out. I still have nightmares to this day of this hellacious scream. It was this wail that you never forget if you hear somebody that's endured that kind of violence in real life. You know, growing up in the upper middle class in Santa Barbara, violence was something that was abstracted to me. I remember when I started seeing people stabbed in real life, it looked fake. You know, it looked like something you'd see in a movie. Blood would spray out. You know, somebody would stab somebody and hit their artery. Blood would spray out, and you'd think that it wasn't real, but it was actually happening. And while I was in prison, I'm not an inherently violent person, so I try to stay out of the way. I decided that before I'd gotten into drugs and gotten into trouble, I was going to be a writer, so I started writing a book. And I kind of clung on to that obsession. You know, I was going to perfect my craft while I was in there. I was going to work every day to write a book over and over again until I had it right. And I was going to put out a novel, and this novel was going to change my life. And that is what got me through federal prison. I got out in 2013 after serving 5 years. Got my book published. It was called Wasting Talent. And it really did bring me the life that I thought it would. You know, I started touring, started meeting celebrities, started getting a following. And I ended up getting sober for 3 years when I got out of prison. I relapsed in 2015. And when I had relapsed, I'd been totally sober for 3 years. My life didn't have the drama associated with it when I was in active addiction. It seemed like I had everything going for me at the time. I thought I could do acid in recovery. You know, I thought that because I was a writer, I was a creative type, I could do LSD, and it wasn't an addictive drug like heroin. Within a week, I had a needle in my arm again. My fiance had left me, and I lost everything. I lost my condo in LA. Within 1 week, I lost everything that I had. I ended up marrying a fan. I got a fan letter from a woman that lived in Denver. She said she was a big fan of my book, and she wanted to meet me. Flew her out to LA because I just sold the French rights to my book. Got, you know, I'd come up on a, you know, on a lump sum of money at the time. We knew each other for a week and we got married. Had a horrible, tumultuous marriage for a year. Was doing heroin the entire time, and I was drinking 2 fists of whiskey a day. It's kind of lighting the fuse at both ends. And that culminated with me getting arrested for a DUI. I got in a car accident, but I wasn't drunk. I was actually dope sick. So the cops knew that there was something wrong with me. They charged me with driving under the influence. I beat it in the state, but since I was on federal probation, they decided to send me back to prison for 3 months. I lost everything again. And then just in that 3-month period, I lost my apartment, my wife left me, I lost my vehicle. I got out, and I moved back in with my parents in Santa Barbara. I was 31 years old. I didn't have a car. You know, I was living with my parents. My book royalties were running thin at that point, and I started going to AA meetings because I wanted to better myself. I ended up meeting a girl at an AA meeting. She was like 5 years younger than me, and her and I had a platonic relationship. She told me that she just wanted to hang out with somebody that was sober. We went to the beach together one day, and she told me that she was an escort, and she asked me how I felt about it. This is not my girlfriend, so I'm a pretty non-judgmental person. I said, as long as you're safe, we're just friends, I don't care what you do for a living. She called me about a week later and asked me if I could hook her up with a sugar daddy type relationship. I was 31 years old at the time. I was like, I don't know people like that, you know, that's probably like an older age demographic than the kind of people I hang out with. Then she told me she was getting kicked out of her place. She really needed me to hook her up with somebody. Coincidentally, a couple days after that, somebody asked me for heroin. I was clean at the time, but I was doing someone a favor by getting it for them. I went and I met up with my heroin dealer. He asked me if I knew any escorts. He said that he drove Uber, and one of his main clients was this guy that was in an unhappy marriage, and he wanted kind of a sugar daddy type situation with an escort. I told the girl about it because she had been getting raped, beaten on back pages. She wanted a safe arrangement. Told her about it. She asked me if I could introduce her to this guy. The drug dealer gave the guy my phone number. He called me. I set it up for her. I wasn't making any money off of it. I was just trying to put her in a better situation. And she asked me to go with her to the motel. Turned out that we got set up. There were 6 cops there, 6 sheriffs. They had shotguns in our face. The drug dealer had set us up. And they asked the girl what my role was in the situation. And she said, oh, that's my friend Ryan. He just got out of prison. I'm trying to make him money, which wasn't true. I don't know why she told them that, but because of that statement, I got charged with pimping and pandering. Now, I was on federal probation already for the conspiracy case. It turned out that the girl that I was buying heroin from back when I caught my original Fed case was connected to a drug cartel called the Mendoza Clan. Because it was such a high-profile cartel case, they kept me on supervised probation for 4 years. So I was still on supervised probation for 4 years when I caught the pimping and pandering case, and they were putting a lot of pressure on me to take a conviction. A week after I caught that case, I sold the film rights to my book. A couple days after that, my current partner, who I've been with 5 years, I got pregnant. So I was out on bail, just got a film deal for my book, and my girlfriend was pregnant, and it was almost unequivocally certain that I was going to miss the birth of my first kid. My friend had written the screenplay for Fight Club, for David Fincher's Fight Club, and he told me that he really liked my life story, the chaos of it, the mayhem. He thought it would make a good documentary. So then a documentary about my life went into production. So all of these things happened at the same time. It was this confluence of a lot of really positive and a lot of really negative things. And I just had a complete mental breakdown. You know, I stopped sleeping. I'd stay up for 10 days at a time. I went into this psychosis. And eventually, I started acting so erratically. I was calling the FBI, telling them that my parole officer was trying to kill me because I honestly thought that. I got so paranoid that the feds were after me that I started having these like really public freakouts. My PO didn't know what to do, and he issued a warrant for my arrest just to try to keep me safe because they thought that I was a danger to myself or the community. And I went back to prison. I served 16 months, missed the birth of my first son. I got out 16 months later, and that last term was the worst term that I've been in. I got in 9 riots in the course of 16 months. I got 8 stitches, 3 broken ribs. It was a nightmarish term. But the worst part of that was missing the birth of my son, you know? I'd much rather endure physical pain than have to miss the birth of another kid. That literally felt like it was tearing me apart from the inside. And when I got out, I had nothing left. The documentary had been put on hold. The book sales were down. I got out and I tried to start, you know, working conventional jobs. I went and I was working as a telemarketer. I was on welfare. It was to the point where the only way I could support my family was I was going to churches to go to food banks so I could get canned goods just to be able to feed my 1-year-old and my fiance. At the end, I was working at this telemarketing place, and my manager is probably like 4 years older than me. So I'm like 33 at this point, and he yelled at me because I didn't ask permission to smoke a cigarette. And I looked at him, and I just couldn't be talked to that way. I valued myself more than that. And I quit. I walked out of there, and I remember I called my fiance and told her that I quit. I said, you know, I have a higher purpose in life than this. my fiance's like, we're counting on that. We're paycheck to paycheck. In fact, we're in a deficit below that. You know, we have to have those paychecks just to keep the electricity on and to feed our kids. And I said, I just have a feeling everything's going to be okay. 10 minutes later, 2 things happened to me. The first is I got a phone call from one of my friends, and he said that someone wanted to meet me. It was a very high-profile person. It gave me a lot of confidence, knowing, you know, the person presented is like an A-list actor. This guy presented himself as a fan of my work. And the second thing was I got asked to be on a podcast. And that podcast, from just going on that one podcast and getting enough views, I was able to create my own platforms, create my own following, and I never worked for another person again. We had another kid, and somewhere in that time, I got sober for good. And now I'm sitting here sober talking to you. A lot of people ask me why they think that I went through as much as I did, considering that I come from a background without abuse, upper middle class family. My parents put me on Ritalin and Adderall when I was 5. I don't blame them for that, because that was per the recommendation of healthcare professionals. This is when ADD had a rampant diagnosis. It was very pervasive in the early 90s. But what I think happened is neurologically, being put in amphetamines when I was 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, it gave my neurology this insatiable appetite for narcotics. By the time I was 15, it seemed like when I started doing illicit drugs, it was something that I'd been missing the entire time. I don't blame my parents for that, but I would certainly ask that if there's other parents in similar situations, having healthcare professionals recommend medications, to think about it, because there might be long-term implications for those medications.
So when you were on the streets and you're heavy into your drug use, you must have seen some crazy shit, right?
Yeah, when I was 19, you know, I'd been kicked out of my parents' house, and I was on probation at the time for drug possession. Back in that time period, if you got a dirty drug test, they give you 30 days, then you get out. You get another drug test, you get 60 days, and it would go up incrementally like that, 30, 60, 90. They were trying to give me 6 months in jail. Now, I was fully addicted to heroin at this point, and I went to court for them to remand me into custody. I knew that that was a possibility, that the judge might tell the bailiff, all right, we're remanding Mr. Leone into custody. And when they said that, I was sweating, and I remember just feeling the impending sense of withdrawal. I knew that I was going to be very dope sick in jail, and I just got up in court and ran out of the courtroom while the bailiff was chasing me. My parents were petrified that they were harboring a fugitive at this point, so they wouldn't let me live with them. They basically said, go turn yourself in for 6 months in jail, or you can't stay here anymore. So I basically became homeless willingly, because I was too scared to go kick heroin cold turkey in jail. While I was homeless, I met this guy named Pablo. He was probably like in his early 30s, and he was a drug dealer. And he said I could live with him as long as I would be the runner for him. I'd go deliver drugs for him, give me a place to stay. He was in this tumultuous relationship with his girlfriend. They were always fighting, throwing, dishes at each other, smashing everywhere. It was a very uncomfortable place to live. So I tried to be out of that house as much as possible. One day they had me go to the needle exchange to pick up clean syringes, because they sold heroin, they sold speed, and they would always give clean syringes and tourniquets, cottons, whatever, to their customers. So I go to the needle exchange. Back in that time period, it was very clandestine because it was still illegal at that point. There were some humanitarian, health advocates that would do these underground needle exchange programs. It's like early 2000s. So I go get the clean needles. They give it to you in this brown lunch bag. And as I'm leaving the exchange, I see a girl that I used to know that's a stripper. She asked me if I have any heroin. She looks up at me, and through this collage of mascara, she'd been crying. I recognized her. She's pregnant at the time. She told me that being dope sick is worse for the unborn child than actually doing heroin itself. I'm dope sick too at the time. And I had a drug dealer that lived a couple blocks from it. The guy that I was living with, I would have had to take a bus an hour south. So I would have gotten something sooner if I brought this girl with me to the drug dealer's house that lived by the exchange. So I was like, yeah, we can go. It's a couple blocks away. Morally, at this point, drug addiction just completely skewed my moral compass. I don't even know if I had one at the time. I'm literally just on survival instincts, get more drugs, that's it. I'm not thinking about what it means to get a pregnant girl drugs. I'm just thinking about sustaining my own habit. We get to the house. Now, I already owed the guy $60 or something. I was like, all right, let me get the money. She pulls out this like yellow and blue money. Like, what is that? It was like foreign currency. She's like, it's Korean. I'm like, you're not gonna take Korean money. And she's like, just see if, it'll convert to $100. I already owed the guy money. I knew he was gonna say no. So I go and I knock on the door. There's these like Nazi skinhead swastikas on their neck. And as soon as they see me, they're like, hey, do you have the $60 you owe me? I was like, I have $100 in Korean money. And they took it out of my hand and ripped it up. They told me to get out of here. Get out of here, junkie. So I end up going back to the girl that had given me the Korean money to begin with. She's crying, hysterical. I'm like, I told you they weren't going to give me something. And she goes, well, suck their dick. Again, moral compass is skewed. I'm not thinking she's pregnant. This is like even going further down on the moral compass. So I go back and I'm like, hey, okay, she sucked your dick. And they're like, is she good looking? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, she's a stripper. I don't tell them that she's pregnant. So I bring her back, and one of the guys had just gotten out of prison. So he wanted her to give him a blowjob. So I go in with them. She goes with this other guy into this room. They kind of make a comment about her being pregnant, sitting on the couch and kind of just waiting while she's doing whatever she's doing. The guy that is inside the house is smoking meth. He asks me if I want any. I don't even want any. I'm just a heroin addict at that point. I didn't like meth. And all of a sudden, the guy runs out of the room, and he's complaining, saying that, she was scraping, wasn't doing a good job. And she's like, let's get out of here. And the guy that I was with that was smoking meth goes in the room where they were and realizes that some of his dope is missing. So he wants to like strip search us. And we get in this like verbal altercation. I'm like, you're not strip searching us. We're out of here. We leave. A girl pulls a few grams out of her pocket. Or out of her bra. She's like, hey, I stole the dope. But I'd left the bag of needles in the house. So I tell her this. I'm like, well, I left the bag of needles in the house, and at that point there was no way we could get other needles because the needle exchange program is only open at specific hours. I had tried to break into this guy's house before. He had this window in the backyard with this stack of plywood leading up to it. It's like logs and plywood. And my friend and I had broken the latch off because we had planned on robbing this guy. So I knew theoretically I could crawl up the log pile, get into the bathroom, let myself down, crawl military style, and it was possible that I could grab the bag of needles without being seen, get back out, and we'd have the dope and the needles. There's also a very good chance that they'd figure it out. But I was willing to take that risk because I was dope sick and I wasn't thinking. So I go up this pile, I lower myself down, military style on the bathroom floor. I open the door slowly. I can see their legs dangling on the couch and I can see the bag of needles. It's like in my scope of vision. I know that I can grab it without being caught. So I crawl military style. I'm slithering to the bag, grab it. I have to do a 180 on my stomach. And all of a sudden, I hear Pink Floyd's Money. It's my ringtone on my cell phone going off right as I'm leaving. It was very quick what happened after that, but they figured out that I was in there, throw me up against the wall. One of them punched me in the face, broke my nose, so my eyes were watering. I could barely see anything. All I could see was a butterfly knife getting sliced towards me. And somehow I broke myself free before they could stab me. there's these concrete steps that go from the front door to this gravel driveway. And I jumped, and they were running right behind me, and they jumped as well. And the guy dropped the knife. The guy that had the knife slipped when he jumped, because I just like jumped and happened to get down onto the gravel. When he did it, he fell. Knife kind of just tumbled. So I'm looking at the knife, he's looking at the knife, and it was like whoever grabbed it first. I grabbed the knife before he did, and he's just kind of looking at me like a deer in headlights. And I stabbed him right above the kneecap because I felt I had to. I felt if I hadn't done that he was going to get me. And the girl that was with me is just standing there. She's in shock too. This guy like is literally just like, you know, there's blood coming out of above his knee. It was very, very gory, very bloody, and it seemed like everything was in slow motion. It almost seemed like the volume was down. I remember sticking the needle in. It felt like puncturing a pumpkin. It was really soft, and then it went like thud right at the bone. And I just remember what that feeling felt like. It's not what I would have pictured stabbing someone would feel like. I'd never done anything close to that violent in my life. I think I maybe been in like a couple fist fights. It's not something I felt good about. Again, it was like more survival instinct. And I ended up getting the knife, and I just threw it over the fence. Went away. I was wearing a wife beater. It was covered in blood. And instead of like getting out of that area, we went into a Taco Bell bathroom, maybe a half a block from there, and we went and shot the dope that we stole. No moral compass to be found.
What is it about drugs that change a person's moral compass? I mean, because you come from a good family, right?
Come from a good family, no violence.
You don't have all the trauma that a lot of people I interviewed have had. You just got caught up in drugs, and that becomes an addiction, then your life goes haywire, right?
Yeah,
but,
you know.
But the moral compass goes haywire as well.
Yeah, well, there's the moral compass aspect, and then there's this panic. You know, like if you're watching a horror movie, a lot of times in a horror film they use the device of sound, where like when something's crescendoing, it's like, and it's like this like panic. You know, it's like this like amplified sense of panic. That's what being dope sick feels like. So when you're in that kind of palpable anxiety where you can hear sirens going off, you're literally willing to do whatever you have to do to get out of that state of mind, because it's so terrifying. It's all encompassing, and it's almost suffocating.
Interesting. What have you learned from all of your debauchery and craziness?
You know, I didn't learn.
Because you seem very stable and level-headed right now.
You know, I don't think I started learning until I had kids, you know, because I think that they gave my life purpose. So before, it was like I'd been stripped down to like those primal instincts of just survival. And survival for me had been mutated to fill this drug addiction. You know, it was like part of my survival, just as a normal human being would have to satiate hunger. I had to satiate this particular appetite. Once I had kids, I learned that it wasn't about me anymore, you know? I was secondary, and my obligation as a human being was to provide as a parent, not just financially, but morally as well. So when you talk about a moral compass being skewed or going away entirely, once I had children, I started being conscientious of that moral compass again. And it kind of gave me direction. It was a beacon towards a moral standpoint that I wanted to achieve, to be a good example to my kids. And that's ultimately what was transformative for me. That's what finally clicked, was having to be held accountable by kids that are essentially blameless in the entire thing. You know, I want to stop the cycle right now.
It's great to hear. Awesome. Brian, thank you so much for sharing your story.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
That's great. Thank you.
Just how liberal is Sherrod Brown? He doesn't just support allowing sex change surgeries for kids. Brown voted to allow late-term partial birth abortions where the baby is partially delivered alive. Sherrod Brown is way too liberal.
Wherever the game takes you, Marathon is by your side because we're driven together.
All right, Mark. Mark, where'd you grow up? Where are you from originally?
Originally, I was born in Vermont, lived in the South Bronx, moved to Jersey City, and then also lived in the southern part of Jersey. So I'm an East Coast kid originally.
Mm-hmm. And how was your family? Tell me about mom and dad.
We grew up extremely poor. I had 5 brothers and 2 sisters. And we grew up in Richfield, New Jersey. My mom was a stay-at-home mom, immigrated from Ireland, didn't have much work experience and way too many children and not enough money to go around. My father was an accountant in Clark, New Jersey, and just never ever had enough bills to pay. I remember early on as a childhood when we moved out of the South Bronx into Richfield, New Jersey. We lived in a really old house that only my father could afford. And in that house, there was no heat, there was no hot water, and we had to scrummage around and live on food stamps and government subsidies just to be able to eat. In the winter, it was freezing in the state of New Jersey. And we had no windows in the house, and there was no heat. And I remember me and my brothers and my sister at the time would just huddle around the little kerosene heater in the living room. And I can remember to this day hearing the click, 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 and hopefully the heat would come on and we'd just huddle around to get through the night. And looking back on it, I remember I was just so afraid that one of my brothers, we'd wake up and somebody wouldn't be alive. We'd maybe shower once every couple weeks, boil the hot water on the stove and pour it over each other in the shower. And I realized at a young age, I just didn't want my brothers and my sister to go to bed hungry. I was the middle child and always trying to make everybody laugh and make everything okay when everything wasn't okay. And I started at a young age. I would deliver newspapers. I would sell candy bars, whatever I could to raise some money to feed my brother and sister. And we would walk and use our food stamps, and I remember how embarrassing it was, and I was just hoping that there was food on the table. And then my mom and my little brother Neil, he got sick with seizures, grand mal, petit mal seizures, and my mom had to go to a hospital and spent a long time in the hospital hoping that they would heal my brother. And I lost my mom, not forever, but for a period of time in my life. And I was a mama's boy. I just shadowed my mom. I idolized my mom, and one day I woke up and my mom wasn't there. Nobody explained to me what happened. And I was probably just in about 4th or 5th grade, and that's when I realized I started turning to the street. I started hanging around with older kids. There was a lot of violence and a lot of kids that were rough and bullied and picked on and beat us up, and it was terrible for me. And all I did was just start hustling, and there wasn't enough food at home. I would go to the local store or the local delicatessen, and I learned how to steal at a young age. But I wasn't stealing to be mischief. I was just stealing because I was hungry, and I wanted to feed my brothers and my sister. So Richfield, New Jersey was really, really tough on me at a young age, and I didn't really know how to process all that. And one day I came home and my mom and my dad said, we're going to move to the southern part of New Jersey because we want to get a better life. And we moved to Toms River, New Jersey to try and discover a better life. And I was probably in about 7th grade. When I left Richfield, New Jersey, I was already into dereliction and troublemaking and running around on the streets and staying out too late and getting caught up with all the bad people. And it just seemed to spill over right into 7th grade. And in 7th grade, I was bullied really bad in school, and I was picked on by kids, and I just met a couple older kids and started drinking. Started drinking at a young age, and when drugs were presented, whether it be mescaline or it be weed, I just started smoking weed and started using whatever I could to get out of my normal state of mind. I can look back on it and try and dissect it, but I know that I just experienced a lot of trauma, a lot of troubles. My mom wasn't always around. My father was always working. I know that my mom and my dad had a very rough relationship. They were always fighting, and so I couldn't find my way at a young age, and I just tried to stay away from it, but always found myself in trouble. And in 7th and 8th grade, I just really started using drugs. It was the only escape I had from the reality of I didn't want to be in my home. I didn't want to feel the pain. I always looked at everybody else and said, why do they have a good life and why am I so troubled? And I tried my hardest as a young kid just to get along, and I always just never fit in. And I remember smoking weed every day just to cope with going to school, cope with the craziness in my home. My older brother was really hard to deal with. He was beating up my brother, he'd beat up me. I remember witnessing him getting in a fight with my mom, a dragged down fight, and I couldn't do anything about it. And I look back in life today and I just see that a lot of that just spun into a lot of drug usage because I just wanted to escape. I didn't want to feel anymore. I know my parents did the best they could, but at the time it just seemed like my life was just trouble. And everywhere I went and everything that happened at a young age, and that's just too young of an age, and it's just like my childhood was gone. One day I came home and my mom and dad sprung on us that mom was pregnant with the 7th kid and we were going to be moving all the way to California. And I remember telling my mom and my dad, how could you have another kid? I don't understand. You can't even feed us. Why would you bring another kid into the world? And I was so angry at a young age. And I was probably in about 8th grade going into 9th grade, and I was already in trouble. My grades were slipping. And I think my parents just thought it was a good idea to move to California to be with my dad's only 2 sisters. They were the only family we had on the East Coast. All the other family we had on the West Coast, all the other family we had was on the East Coast. All my cousins, aunts, and uncles, and my mother's family. And when I came to California, that's when I really started getting in trouble. And I remember I was in 9th grade. I met my cousin, which was my father's sister's. She was married to my Uncle Tony, and his daughter, Bella, knew some friends around the corner, and they were really into cocaine. And I tried cocaine, and I really liked the way it felt. It just removed all of my emotions and all of my feelings. And I was in probably about 9th grade, and I got into that culture that they had, and the selling drugs and trying to make more money and hustle my way out of where I was at. And sure enough, I got caught in school, and they caught me selling drugs, selling cocaine, caught me with a scale. I was arrested for the first time. I was sent to juvenile hall. I remember going through the whole process of being booked in and how horrifying it was for me, embarrassing, being strip searched, having my mom and my aunt and my uncle, and here we are, we just came out to California and I was already in jail. And my mom got me out, and my mom didn't want to face it. She just didn't want to see it. It wasn't her fault because she didn't know how to deal with it. And then I had to go through the whole process of school, and I was expelled from school, had to go to court. And I was expelled from Indio High School, and I was off for a whole year, independent studies, trying to work my way back into school. And I tried my hardest, and I went and I did good. I stayed away from the drugs, I stayed away from the people, and I said, that's it, I'm just not going to do this anymore. And so I was allowed back into Palm Desert High School. I had to go to another high school. And I started real good. I was doing great. I was a junior in high school, and I was doing great at a new school. I stayed away from the drugs. I got into sports and athletics, and I've always been in sports and athletics throughout my life, so I loved the game of football, and I just poured my life into football. But at home, I was still troubled. I remember at a young age, I'd be like listening at night, and I would hear my mom crying, and I couldn't understand what it was. And then I realized my father would just drink too much and get into a fight with my mom, and then I would get so upset about it that one day I tried to protect my mom. And I said, "You can't do this no more," to my mom. And I put her behind me, and I remember trying to be the protector of my mom. That's all I wanted to do, is keep my mom safe, and my dad wasn't having it. And at a young age, I think I was maybe 15 or a little after 15, my dad asked me to leave. He threw me out of the house. And
a shocking new government report about the border crisis that Sherrod Brown created. Almost 500,000 convicted criminals just walked in, including murderers and rapists. Sherrod Brown's policies release them all over America. And here's what Sherrod Brown says.
I don't hear a lot about immigration from voters.
That's because Sherrod Brown doesn't listen to voters anymore. He's way too liberal for Ohio. American Crossroads is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Listing your vacation rentals on Booking.com opens the door to more guests, like this bunch. Lazy lovebirds. Or this fine company. For the bookings you dreamed of, list your vacation rentals on Booking.com.
I just got in my vehicle. I had a little Blazer. I had a broken leg at the time, and I had a girlfriend at the time, and that was the first time I was ever homeless. And I didn't know what to do. I just slept in the back of my Blazer and hoped nobody would find out at school. And because I was really good on the football team, I think my athletic director kind of knew what was going on, and he just didn't say anything. And the girlfriend I had at the time, her father found out about it, and he decided to reach out and help me. And he let me stay in one of the rooms in their house, as long as I had an agreement that I wouldn't mess with his daughter or do anything at the house. And Tom was a beautiful man, and Angie was my girlfriend at the time. And I found a home, and I just wanted to finish school. I didn't want to drop out, because I knew that the other way of life just wouldn't work. And so they took me into their home, and I was able to get my school under control. Nobody really questioned anything that was going on, and I was really doing good in sports. I really had a chance. I thought, man, I'm going to go to college. I'm going to get out of this. I'm going to change my life. I'm not going to be that person. I don't want to fail. I want to win in life. I don't want to fail anymore. And it looked like I was going to be able to play for San Diego State. And then they came to me, the athletic director came to me at the school and said, CIF is not going to let you play your senior year. And I said, why? If I don't play my senior year, I'm never going to get to college. He said, well, Mark, you got in trouble. You were arrested for selling drugs. And I said, I know, but I stopped. And they said, well, you went on independent studies, and you went too many quarters over. So we're not going to let you play football anymore. And the only way to fight it is if your parents came to the CIF to plead your case. But I didn't want to let them know I wasn't living with my parents. And I was upset at my father, and I was upset at my mom, and I just didn't talk to them. So, long story short, nobody ever showed up to talk to the state and to talk to CIF. So they rolled against me, and I couldn't play my senior year. So I gave up on my hopes. I went to work for Angie's father, He had an electrical company, and I went to work as an apprentice. Angie and I got married out of high school, and I just gave up on my dream of playing college football, and I figured it was just right to just go to work. Angie and I had a child together. I was young. I think we were just out of high school, maybe 19, 20 years old. Joshua was his name, and that was my first son. And then everything started falling apart and unraveling at work because I wanted to leave working with Tom, start my own company, do a little advertising agency. I wanted to be an entrepreneur and get out on my own and do something myself. And that fell apart. I didn't have the experience and the knowledge, but I had the desire. I wanted to be something more in life. I always was striving to be something better. And through that when that business closed and we bankrupted it, I tried to get back in, fix the relationship with my father-in-law, and Angie was just falling farther and farther away from me. And I realized in my life I don't do good with loss because it reminds me too much of my childhood. And I started drinking heavy again for the first time. And I went and got any job I could, and I was working at Domino's and trying to support my wife and my son, and somebody introduced me to cocaine again, and it wasn't on a massive scale because I don't think my dependency grew that much at that point. Then I came home and Angie told me, look, my mom and dad want to move to Colorado. If you want to see your son, and you want to be around him, you need to move to Colorado. And I didn't want to lose my son, because I always wanted to be the father to him that I never felt I had, and I wanted to do everything for him that I never had. So we moved all the way out to Colorado. Within 2 to 3 weeks when I got to Colorado, I had nothing but that, and I was living under their roof. I didn't have a job yet, and Angie woke me up and said, you know what, you have to leave. I said, what do you mean? She said, this isn't going to work anymore. And I kissed my son goodbye. I had nowhere to go. I came all the way out here to California. And the family I tried to create, it just went away. I lost it. And I lost my son. And she didn't want anything to do with me. I went out there a couple of times to find her, and she moved. I came back to California. I got introduced to cocaine. I went back to Domino's Pizza, and I got introduced to cocaine, and I just started using for the first time, like just using. Then I couldn't pay for it. Then I found out how to sell it. Then I started selling it and using more, and I gave up my job, and I got with a girlfriend. And then everything just fell apart in my life. It was the first time that I really became chemical dependent on cocaine because I could not deal with the fact that I lost my son. And I started smoking crack for the first time in my life, and I became so dependent. I was 160 pounds, but I didn't want to live, and I couldn't deal with the pain of the loss. And so then I got introduced to methamphetamines, and I started using meth, and I started dealing, and I started doing all the criminal activity that comes along with it. And eventually it caught up to me like everything does. And I was arrested for sales and transportation, and they caught me driving in a car with a trunk full of weed. In the 90s, it was kind of different than it is today. In the 90s, you get caught with drugs and you were going to prison. And there I sat in jail for the first real time. I was in county jail, and I never forget when the public defender came to me and said, the best I can do for you is 2 years in prison. And my world just stopped. And I couldn't believe that I was facing that. And I never knew growing up that that would be the end result. And I went to prison for the first time in 1992. the first time of many more to come. And I was scared. All these horrible stories you hear about prison, I was scared. I was a young man going to prison. And I went to prison, right across from Chino State Prison, California Rehabilitation Center, Hotel California, for my first term.
Just how liberal could Sherrod Brown be?
Well, he backed bills to allow transgender biological males to compete in girls' sports and let men into girls' locker rooms.
Very liberal.
Brown supported allowing children to receive sex-change surgery.
Super liberal.
Brown even voted to allow late-term partial birth abortions, where the baby is partially delivered alive.
Radical liberal.
Sherrod Brown, way too liberal for Ohio.
Senate Leadership Fund is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Choice Hotels is a family of brands with a hotel for any traveler you want to be. Like #1 Chef Dad cooking up a free hot breakfast for the entire family in a comfort hotel.
Mom made this.
I added the garnish. Stay 2 nights and get 8,000 points when you book direct.
And I did 2 years, and the horrible stories were true. But when I went there, I was so scared. I was just trying to get through and not get caught up. And then back then, there was so much segregation and racism, and there was so much ugliness and riots on the yard, and it just scared me to death. And I paroled. Thank God my mom and dad allowed me to parole to their house. And I paroled with the best intentions. I'm never going to do this again. I'm never going back. It was a horrible experience, but what I didn't realize, how it just kind of shaved away the consequences a little for me, because now I'd already been there. And I tried to get going. I got a great job selling cars. And I thought I found my thing. And then the DMV sent me a letter in the mail and said, once again, can't let you work there. Why? Because you were arrested. You were arrested transporting drugs, you can't do it. And then I found myself without a job, found another girlfriend. Then I started to say, okay, well, let me just get another business. Let me try to open a company. Got with a partner to help, be a little entrepreneur endeavor, because I was convinced that I would never get a job. I did really good on parole. I never violated my parole. I always tested clean, but the cycle was already starting.
Lay down.
Started a company, started a little vending route. I was doing great. And in my relationship, I started drinking again. And it always starts with a drink. I started drinking again. That relationship fell apart. The business fell apart. And here I was, faced again with losing everything one more time. And as I look back in life, I see, like, every time I'm faced with that and I start losing everything again, here comes the drugs. Here comes the selling of the drugs. Here comes the subculture of living on the street, running around with gangsters and living the outlaw's life. And really, I'm just masking all my pain and just trying to get high, because I was just hurting too much to face my life. And once I started getting high and I started using drugs and nobody wanted anything to do with me, started running around on the streets one more time, and I got caught again for selling drugs. This time I was back in county jail. But what was funny about this time, it was the second time that I was going upstate, and sometimes you're sitting in county jail and you just feel a little relieved that it's over. I'm going to prison one more time. And they gave me another prison term. And I went to prison going, oh my God, here I go again. How did I get here? And it was the drug use. And I went to a little bit of a harder prison this time. Tehachapi State Prison. And I served 2 years. And I got out. And I paroled. And I don't get into all the horrible stories, because we all know the horrible stories of prison and the gangs inside and doing everything you can just to stay alive, and race riots and horrible things you see and witness. It just burns that into you, and then you just become institutionalized. And after I paroled and I got out on the street, I tried to do good. And then I just gave up easier and quicker this time. And I just said, what's the sense? And I was almost becoming institutionalized without even realizing it. And my second and third term came quick. And the third term again was transporting drugs and selling drugs and the dereliction of it and running around. I got caught again and I was heading to prison for the third time. And I did a third time in a little bit of a harder prison. And I got out one more time and I paroled and I did good on parole. But in between those 2 prison terms, I never got off parole because I just gave up. And the third time I tried again. And then I was wanted one more time because I ran and I started using drugs and I started getting back with the old people and I started selling drugs and getting in trouble and running around and getting into crime, getting into stealing, dealing with, commercial robberies. And it seemed like every time I just became worse and worse and worse. And then I got my 4th term, which was 5 years. And I looked back and I thought, all those years, 12 years went by and I saw my mom twice. 2 Christmases and that's it. It was just constant, in and out of prison, in and out of prison, in and out of prison. And this last term was in Soledad State Prison, in a cell, in a very hard prison. And I don't even know, I look back and I think, how did I get through all that with all the riots and the violence, and it's 5 tiers high, and you can just hear the pain, and you can hear the screaming, and you can see people being hurt in the riots, and the fights, and the stabbings, and the killings, and just all that horrible stuff that I witnessed. I remember one day I was on the yard. We're out there in the main yard, and everybody's exercising and working out and doing their pull-ups and push-ups, and everybody's segregated, and we're using the outdoor restroom, and I'm sitting next to my friend Josh, and I'm right here, and there's another guy right here, and he says, "Look out, Mark," and the guy just comes along and just cuts the guy right in the throat. And that guy ran, and he died right there in the yard, and I couldn't believe I'm right in the middle of this. I'm like, what am I doing here? What am I doing here? And am I going to be able to get home safely? I had no idea where I was going to parole. I had no idea. And my sister Carol just was a unicorn at that time and said, "Parole to my house." When I got out, I paroled to the house, and I thought I would go to the higher desert, Victorville, Barstow area. Maybe a geographical change would do me good. And I went to college, went to junior college, and I tried to finish the dream I originally had as a young man. And sure enough, right there at college, somebody offered me drugs, and I started using drugs again. And the whole spiral happened again. And I wound up moving back down to the desert to get with all the old friends and get in trouble one more time. And that's when I really started experiencing homelessness myself, because nobody wanted anything to do with me. My drug addiction had taken over. My alcoholism had taken over. In 2009, I found myself living underneath a bridge. Jackson Street Bridge. And I had a broken foot. I broke my hand trying to defend myself, getting in fights and all the stuff that goes on with the homeless community. And there was a little alcoves, little cutouts underneath the bridge. So you could just go up there and just sleep at night. And there I was, homeless. And I come from a good family. My brothers and sisters are very successful. They all have good careers. And I had a troubled youth, but there's more trouble out there that people experience. And there was no understanding. I was homeless, under a bridge, and I had nowhere to go. Walking around the city streets of Indio, I was arrested one more time. And in jail, a guy wrote me a little note, and he said, "You have 2 problems, Mark. You need to end your homelessness. Then you need to find your way, find God, do something, Mark. You have to change your way." I remember coming out of jail, it was hot, my foot was broken, I had no shoes, no socks. I looked at this little map. I looked to the left and I saw the liquor store. I knew where the friends were. There was a little map to a rescue mission, and I said, man, I gotta change. And that was the first time that I really felt that I needed to change or I wouldn't live anymore. So I walked all the way down there and I had to stop every time my foot was hurting, and I went to that rescue mission and I experienced recovery for the first time. And I lived in that overnight shelter and I didn't want to leave, no matter what. But all of my past caught up to me. I got a warrant. I was in a high-speed chase. I ran from the police. They had me on a warrant for a 459 commercial burglary. And I had to go to court and face criminal charges one more time. But instead of sending me to prison for the 5th time, the judge decided to give me a court-ordered program called drug court. And I really started to understand what recovery was. And I really believed in, I started believing in myself again. I started saying, okay, well, that's my life, but it doesn't have to be my tomorrow. You know, your past doesn't dictate your future. And I tried my hardest, and I found a home there at the rescue mission in Indio, and I was exposed to other people. And as I grew in my sobriety, and I had to go through all these court cases, and I had to fight my way out of it, and go to Prop 36 and DUI classes and drug court, and exposed to AA meetings in church, and I started realizing there's more to it. And then I remember helping one person that was homeless and encouraging him, and somehow it made me feel a little bit better. I couldn't explain it. I didn't know what was going on at the time, but I shared a little bit of my story, and I was able to say, you know what, I've been there. And it encouraged him to stay. And I started making more friends, and then I realized, wait a minute here, that kind of makes me feel a little bit good or better about myself, that maybe all the things that I did in my life wasn't so horrible. And that was my first exposure to just helping another person. And they just found a way to keep me there. You know, they give me a part-time cook job. I just started cooking food for the homeless. So we made pizzas on the weekends, and it made me feel good. And then I worked at a gas station, and I graduated the program. And then I started working in the overnight shelter. And I went there to help, to get help. I just needed a place to stay. I didn't realize that along the way and in my journey, I would find something to do. And I found employment there.
A shocking new government report about the border crisis that Sherrod Brown created. Almost 500,000 convicted criminals just walked in, including murderers and rapists. Sherrod Brown's policies released them all over America. And here's what Sherrod Brown says.
I don't hear a lot about immigration from voters.
That's because Sherrod Brown doesn't listen to voters anymore. He's way too liberal for Ohio. American Crossroads is responsible for the content of this advertising.
And then we went from the small mission to a really big mission next door. We had a real big building. We raised the money for it, and we moved from that old little mission, and I always stayed around the mission. They always found a reason for me to stay there. And I started working with the homeless population in 2009, 2010 was a lot different than it is today. And so we just started working with them. I graduated the program. I started really doing good. I found my girlfriend, Frances, who's my wife today. And I was living it. I moved out successfully, and she came home one day and said, I'm pregnant. And I couldn't believe it, because after I lost Joshua at a young age, I promised myself I would never have a kid again, because I never wanted to experience that loss. And so moving forward, I was clean and sober, and I was doing good, and I had year after year after year of sobriety. I went back to school to study it, to be able to help people more, and I loved what I did working. And I worked in the emergency shelter. I worked with guys in the program. Frances and I, we had our son, and one of the most hardest points of that whole pregnancy was finding out that my son had a birth defect. Then he had gastroschisis and all the infections running outside of his body. But we had our son. He made it through, little Mark Jr. And fast forwarding it to like 2015, 13, 14, and 15 was really good. We had our own place. Everything was going well. And then Francis and I just were not getting along, and we had problems, and we split up. And looking back, that was what was starting to trigger myself to unravel. And everything I saw went right out the door one more time. And Francis and I separated, and my son went with her. I didn't use at the time, I didn't relapse, I didn't start drinking again. I just kept working and trying to create a life that would be understandable, and then have another girlfriend, and just hopefully that just never worked out. And we just separated, we went our own separate way. And I didn't realize it then, but my ego and my pride and my work was becoming my identity. And I was slipping in so many ways that my life was spiraling out of control one more time. With the separation of my wife, I was slacking on my job. I was becoming bigger than myself, and I had no humility. And so roughly around 2015, my job came to an end. I went to work one day, they terminated my position and let me go all of a sudden. All of a sudden they let me go. I'm at 8 years of sobriety. 8 years. I just bought a house. I bought a house because I believed that my family would come back together someday, and my kids would have a home to grow up in. They wouldn't have to go through what I went through as a child one more time, losing the house, getting evicted, not having a place to call home. So I thought that I'm going to get this home, and then somehow my family's going to come back together. With the loss of my job, the loss of my identity, I was not processing things correctly. I stopped going to meetings. I stopped doing everything that kept me clean and sober for that entire 8 years. I just bought a new truck. Everything was going great. I drive to AMPM to put gas in my car. I walk in the store. I look to the right, and there's the beer aisle. And I walk over, I open the door, and I grab 2 40-ounce beers. 8 years of sobriety. 8 years of sobriety. I sat in my car, and I drank the first one. And I thought to myself, what did I just do? I just lost 8 years of sobriety. And I just said, the heck with it. And I drank the other one. And I went home, and I just started drinking. All over again. Everything just went right out the window. Within 2 to 3 weeks, I was introduced to somebody around the corner that had methamphetamines. He said, hey, do you want some? And I knew the answer. I knew what to do. So I started smoking methamphetamines one more time. And all of the guilt, all of the shame, all the hiding from everybody. Because I didn't want anybody to know that I slipped and I relapsed. I drifted and moved. After spending all those years working with so many people, having my life together, now I'm right back to where I was in 2009. But I wasn't able to stop. Once I took that drink, once I was drunk, once I was loaded on drugs, I could not stop. And in 2015, 2016, I relapsed. And it just became absolutely horrible. I went right back to all the old guys I used to traffic drugs for and sell drugs for. I couldn't get high anymore. And then I started using heroin because the guilt, the shame, the hard times I had. Once I used heroin for the first time, everything went away. All my pain, everything went away. So now I'm on heroin, I'm on meth, I'm on alcohol, the expense of it all. I I started selling drugs to pay for my habit. I ran out of all my money. I'm not making any payments on my house, on my car, on the water bill, nothing. I'm hanging around horrible people, gang members, troublemakers, the underground, the whole subculture, selling drugs, using drugs, white-collar crimes, credit card fraud, selling stolen stuff, breaking into places, stealing, getting involved with that whole network of criminals where you're stealing stuff to get high and they're stealing your stuff to get high, dealing with all kinds of drugs. And the whole time, all I'm doing is every now and then I have a moment of clarity where I go, man, what am I doing that I just can't stop? I just can't quit. I tried a couple times to quit on my own. A good friend of mine, Troy, who's my coach, who's a dear friend, was my coach in life when I was at my last couple of years at the mission and working at the mission. Knew that I relapsed, but I was too embarrassed to tell him. I didn't want to talk to him. I was so angry at him because I blamed him, I blamed the mission, I blamed everybody for my relapse. I remember one time he called me and I was so mad at him. I was yelling at the phone and I wasn't mad at him, I was mad at myself. I threw the phone out the window. And he just, Troy just got tenacity and he just would not stop. He'd find my new phone number and he'd keep trying, but I didn't want to listen to him. Did not want to listen to Troy. I wasn't ready to stop drinking and using. Along with my drinking and using thing, I got arrested in my front yard. They found drugs in my car. I was being watched by the police. I got in terrible accidents. I remember one time I was driving down the street at 45 miles an hour on Jefferson, and I fell asleep. I hit the back of a truck, totaled the truck, ran from the police. They found me. I got arrested. That's twice. I bailed out. I'm selling drugs. I'm doing everything that is 100% wrong. Everything that I stood for went right out the window in order to get high. I tried getting sober. I couldn't get sober. I knew that everything was coming to a close. When I got loaded and I got drunk one more time, I remember telling Frances, my wife, I said, Frances, please don't come around me. Please don't come around me. I'm no good. I'm selling drugs. I'm a horrible person. And I don't want you or the kids to see me loaded. And she never did. The whole time we were together, we were sober. She never saw a drunk and loaded Mark. Never. And I remember when he knocked in at the door. I'm like, who's there? And she said, it's Frances. And I said, you have to go away. Then she said, no. But I was so full of shame because of all the horrible stuff I was into. I didn't want her to see me. I couldn't open the door. And she sat outside for 6 or 8 hours. And I told her, please just go away, Frances. Leave me alone. I'm no good. Just let me die. Let me just stay away from me. And she said,
just how liberal could Sherrod Brown be?
Well, he backed bills to allow transgender biological males to compete in girls' sports and let men into girls' locker rooms.
Very liberal.
Brown supported allowing children to receive sex-change surgery.
Super liberal.
Brown even voted to allow late-term partial birth abortions where the baby is partially delivered alive.
Radical liberal.
Sherrod Brown, way too liberal for Ohio.
Senate Leadership Fund is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Open the door to more amazing guests. List your vacation rentals on Booking.com.
I'm not leaving. There's a man I love. There's a man I married. And that was like getting close to the end of my relapse. I was out there for like 14 months. And everything, I lost everything. I totaled every car. I've stolen. I've broken into places. I've sold drugs. I've hung around the most horrible people. And everything was coming to a close so fast. And I let her in. And she said, I don't get it. I said, I relapsed. I've been doing everything wrong and I don't know how to stop. And she tried with the best of her intentions to try, but I wasn't listening. And I would like to say, hey, everything stopped and I got clean sober and everything came back together and everything was wonderful, warm and fuzzy, but it wasn't. I did not stop. I was chemically dependent at that time on heroin, meth, and alcohol, and I needed to get high every day to feel well and to be able to get through my day. And then all of the horrible people started coming around. I got in trouble again. I got arrested one more time. The police were closing in on me. I was in circles of drug traffickers, drug dealers, gang members. I was trying to go all the way to San Diego and use drugs just to be able to get caught up. In my mind, I was thinking, I just need to get caught up, get ahead, and then I'll go get help. I don't want to lose my house. I don't want to lose the last thing I have in this world. I just don't want to lose anything more. I'm tired of losing my whole life. That's all I ever felt like. I was just, everything I had, everything that ever mattered to me, I always lost, no matter what. I remember coming back all the way from San Diego, and I was driving all the way down Highway 74. I fell asleep. I caught a nod. I woke up, and I was driving right off the 74. And I drove right off the 74. Airbags deployed. Hit me. I went off the 74. 2 rocks kept me, my vehicle from going all the way down. I kicked the door open. I climbed all the way back up. I didn't want to call the police. I didn't want to go to the hospital. I'm drunk, I'm loaded, I have drugs on me all the time, 24 hours a day. I took type all the way home, got home, and what did I do? I continued to get high. I was just out there, no matter what happened. All the horrible stuff, all the arrows pointing that I needed to stop drinking, I needed to stop using, and I still didn't. I still did not. And then I started getting into guns, and then I started having guns around the house, and then I said, okay, well, let's just sell guns, let's sell drugs, let's do whatever we had to have money. Everything was just falling apart. I had so many horrible people around me. I just didn't even know what to do, so I just kept using and consuming drugs and getting farther and farther and farther every time. I had a wonderful idea. I look back and I think, what was I thinking at the time? Somebody else said, hey, let's just go rob this store over here in Verizon and we can get some phones and we can get caught up and spend money. And then we hatched this plan. We cut through the wall and went to rob a Verizon store. The alarms went off. We didn't get caught right then and there. But obviously they had cameras. They knew who did it. I'm driving, I'm leaving my house, I'm going down the street, and the cops swarm on me. And they catch me with drugs and needles and hypodermic needles in my car, and they arrest me one more time. And this is coming to the back end of my relapse. But still, I get out on bail, I go home, what's the first thing I do? I get high some more. I cannot stop using, I just keep using, I keep smashing down the pain. So I've spoken about Troy before, and I have a life coach that really believes in self-care. Really believes in working out, and taking care of yourself. And back then I didn't quite grasp the concept as I do today. But one time we were hiking on the bumping ground. It's a big mountain that everybody calls a bumping ground, and we're hiking, and we're coming down this mountain. And this is before I lost my job. Troy turned to me and said, Mark, I don't know anything about this drug stuff. I don't know, I've never done it. I have no idea. I'm totally in it. I have no idea. But what if, Mark? I said, what if for me? What if you were ever going to realize what should I do? I said, I'm never going to realize. There's no way. My ego and pride was in the way. And sure enough, at the end, I get a call from Troy. I go, hello? This is Troy. So I don't know what Troy is. Talk to this guy. He gives me a call back, phone back. He goes, Mark, you don't know me? And I said, hi, Troy. I know you. I'm just too full of shame and embarrassed. And Troy started just talking to me a little bit. But then again, I just kept on moving. I did not want to stop. I didn't want to stop. Francis started coming around more with the kids. I started trying to stop. I started to try to have my family back together with my stepdaughter, Ellie and Junior and Francis. But everything got bad. I just couldn't stop thinking. I was getting angry at her. We were fighting. We were having all kinds of problems. The house was extremely risky with a lot of dangerous people around. And one day Troy came. He came all the way from Oregon. And he said, I said, Troy, why are you here? Look at me, look at what I've become. Look at my life was a ruin. I ruined everything. I put everything away. So he goes, I said, why are you here? And he said, Mark, do you remember when we were hiking that day? I said, yeah. Because I made you a promise. And I'm here to live up to my word. I promised you I would come down here. And he was there. And he took me out back and said, you know what, Mark, this isn't good. This is a drug-induced alcoholism, Mark, but it's not who you are. You have to stop.
Someone sent us $40, baby. Someone sent us $40.
And I had a loaded 45 on my bureau, and I had a bottle of whiskey. And I was up for way too long. And I just wanted to end my life. I didn't want to live anymore. I didn't want to deal with the guilt, the shame, the worry, the frustration. I didn't his head, man. I'm just a loser. I lost everything. And I remember how I had my Bible, I had an Alcoholics Anonymous book, and I was trying to read. I was trying to change my life. I was trying to pull out of it. And I flipped through the pages of the Bible, and my son's picture came out. And I thought, I can't do this. I can't leave my son alone. I can't. I don't want to live without a father. And I would like to say everything ended right there for me. And I would like to say to this, God help me. I know. I finally fell asleep. And when I woke up, I saw all that stuff out of the house. So I came back around and said, man, you need to help me, Mark. You need to change. I said, but I lost everything. I lost my... Why does it matter? So he said, because it's better than this. And then everything started growing fast. And he said, you go anywhere, Mark. You go anywhere. And you can get into any detox. You tell them to call me and I'll pay you better. You gotta change, Mark. And then Troy worked with a friend of mine from the county that helped me get into a detox. And so I said, Mark, on this day at 10 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to be in your driveway. And you need to do this. And you need to get in my car at 10. And you're going to go get your husband. It's not right there. You're done. Don't call me and I'm not going to call you again. And then something we do, I have a, it was a holiday. So I had to wait like 3 or 4 more days. If you consider this having to be on the bed. And I remember thinking, I'm not going to make it. And I took the reason. I took the reason. It didn't happen. And I wanted to do stuff.
Mooney, lay down.